All right. Good morning, everybody. Here is our Board of County Commissioners meeting for January 19th. I'd like to welcome to my left Commissioner Joel Stevenson and to my right Commissioner Kent Lindsay. Welcome, guys, and we'll try and make this with as many or with the lack of errors as possible. So with that, have you guys had the opportunity to review the minutes?
Yes. Motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the Board of County Commissioners for January 5th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, Shaq, we're going to go right straight to you, and we'll go with the cleanup of housekeeping that we need to do for the county.
So the first thing we need to do is organize the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, with that, what that basically has to do with is we now set forth the chair, the vice chair, the chair of deeds, and then we then distribute the boards that we all sit on, which would be the Southwest TPR, Region 9 Economic Development, AAA, Southwest Workforce Board, the Montezuma County Housing Authority, Housing Solutions, the Ute Mountain Tribal Council, the Lower Dolores River Group, Club 20, the Native Fish Monitoring, CCI, and Legal Publications.
Okay, so who's going to be the chairman?
Well, we've discussed this a little bit before we were sworn in. And I make a motion that we appoint Jimmy Candelaria as chairman of the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been, do we have to vote on all these, or can we vote?
You know,
I think we can-
if you all think it will be more convenient to just vote at the end of everything, that
Okay.
might be better, to discuss them all and make sure you agree on everything.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll do that with one sweep as
How about this? I continue the motion to appoint myself as vice chairman, Joel as commissioner of deeds, and as evidenced here up on the monitor through the whole list that we have up there. Commissioner Candelaria, Southwest TPR, Commissioner Candelaria, Region 9 Economic Development, myself.
You're going to have to slow down so I can type. Southwest TPR,
Right.
who's primary?
Uh-huh.
Who
Jimmy
is primary?
Candelaria.
Alternate?
which one of you guys want to be there if I can't?
I'll take it
Okay,
if I can get my pen to work. So much for that.
Okay, Region 9 Economic Development.
Candelaria. You're down here as alternate too on my sheet.
Alternate?
I was the alternate, but
Okay. You want economic development, Joel?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. AAA, Agency on Area Agency, is myself. Who's the next youngest?
probably me.
Hey, Ian.
Yes. I can be the alternate for that, the
Okay.
AAA.
And Southwest Workforce Board, myself. Joel, you want on there as alternate?
Yeah.
Okay. Montezuma County Housing Authority, Commissioner Candelaria. And if you don't mind, I'll take alternate with that. Fits kind of in what got laid out. Housing Solutions, myself as, and an alternate, what are we gonna do, flip a coin?
I don't mind being the alternate. I mean, I did serve on this board as the representative, so I can be the alternate. If you can't be there, it would be, I
Okay.
wouldn't really be
Would be-
having to catch up for anything at all,
Okay.
so
Be good to have a knowledge
I'll
base.
stay there for that.
Ute Mountain Tribal Council, Commissioner Stevenson,
Yes.
and.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Shaq, are you involved in that too, or?
I can try to be. I'd be happy to be the alternate.
Okay. Shaq, if you wanna jump in, you guys wanna jump in on these, be an alternate, go right ahead. Lower Dolores River Group, Commissioner Stevenson. And alternate, where do you wanna go with that? This is important.
I would think the best person for that job, this would be a little non-traditional, but would be James Dietrich.
Agreed.
Yeah, I do
And
too.
I think we can do that, can't we?
Yes.
Club 20. Yeah. Myself, and who wants to go to Club 20, in case I can't make
I'd like to see Joel help you out with that,
it. Okay,
because that's the other part of the legislative body.
yeah.
Hey, before I jump to the yes so quickly, some of these organizations may have rules that say, no, it has to be a county commissioner, and if you're not there, then you're not there, and you can't plug it in with James Dietrich. Unless they have that rule, then absolutely, you guys can appoint whoever you want to.
Okay,
Native fish monitoring.
right.
I think we left Commissioner Stevenson with that also,
Mhm.
because that deals with more of water in that,
In the Lower Dolores.
in the lower Dolores. Commissioner Lindsay, you want to be alternate there?
Sure.
Legal publication, I don't think we have a choice.
Nope.
No.
Unless
So-
the CRS changes, and at this point in time, we don't have much of a choice.
CCI.
Commissioner Candelaria on that one. An alternate.
This is probably going to be one of the biggest time consumers right here,
Right.
so just, I mean,
Joel, you want to take that?
I want to be involved in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
And that's my list.
So then, under new suggestions,
Okay.
I have up here liaisons to the different town board meetings. I think we should be well represented and listening at those meetings. So, my suggestions here were just to break that up by the region that you already have on the map. So that would have Commissioner Lindsay at the Cortez meetings, Commissioner Stevenson at the Mancos meetings, and Commissioner Candelaria at the Dolores meetings. And then liaison to the Ute Mountain Ute tribal meetings. Since you guys nominated Commissioner Stevenson for that, I guess he could get double duty.
And I would agree, I think it's going to go hand in hand. I don't think that's really
Right.
double
Okay.
duty there. I think it's going to be inclusive.
All right. And then office appointments, my idea would be to just approve everybody. And then in the past, we haven't made it part of the official motion to have Ed and Don represent us on the water issues, but I thought you might want to make that official this year. John?
There's no problem with that.
Okay.
Just including it with other appointments.
Their appointments, I think we just, in October, we reappointed Dawn for because their boards have different fiscal years, I guess, so it's gonna come up. I guess this would be good until that time of October or November.
Do you want to regularly, I mean, it's an important position for this
It's
county, and so
super
if you want
important.
to regularly include them on like annual appointments at this time, we can. If not, we just have a tickler in our calendar to do it again in October. Either way, there's not a preference or.
I think it's fair enough to do it right now at the beginning
Okay.
of the year. That way we know that it's there, it's done, and, you know, we're gonna obviously have to address it anyway. When it comes up at the roundtable or what they're addressing, so
Okay.
if you guys are okay with that,
Yeah, very much so.
okay?
So Lynn, as long as they motion this, I'm just going to save the document as it is, and then I'll email it to you and Kim.
So with that, we have went through the organization chart for Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners, and it's been discussed and has been displayed on the screen,
Correct.
and will be then posted. So it has been moved and seconded
Yes.
that we accept the Montezuma County organization of the BOCC. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now we'll go to planning. Dawn, Sherry Jane. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners.
How are you?
Welcome to the two new guys.
Yeah,
I guess the first 3-4 items we have are just signing plats that were previously approved by the former commission. We can go ahead and address the item number 4 prior to signing. That would be a variance setback request by Love's Travel Stops for the distance of their restaurant to the Road G right-of-way. It's a commercial building, so the land use code calls for 50 feet, and they're looking at 25 feet. There's a map at the bottom, Shaq. And it's actually 25 feet from a barren area, not even from the road, but it's a technicality we just need to get addressed and recorded.
You guys have any questions? Anything at all? So this is to the east, right? Is that?
Yeah,
the-
the southeast corner of the two buildings.
Okay.
That's the two entrances. Right there will be the first entrance, the west entrance, and then on the right-hand side is the east entrance to the parking area.
Okay.
no wetlands problems, anything like that?
No. The detention pond is actually the southwest corner of that
Yeah.
drawing, which is really the only place for water to go with that whole corner design, so. I've expressed that to Love's engineer as well when they're doing their stormwater plan,
Okay.
because it
But this will
basically,
be a created detention pond for that specific reason.
right,
For the stormwater.
correct. Both during construction and after. They're planning on stripping the whole site, so they'll have to get a stormwater management plan from CDPHE at the state.
Right, because it'll be over the 1 acre.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
Motion to approve the variance.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the variance to the setback submitted by Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores LLC, agent Kevin McCarthy, located at 7006 Highway 160, 491, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 5.16 acres more or less, located east of Highway 160, 491, and north of Road G. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
All we need now are
All we
signatures,
need are signatures. All right.
and it's a right-handed pen.
I think they're all right-handed pens today.
That's why it's a right-handed pen for sure.
Good plan, planner.
Thank you.
I know it's on the agenda, but why don't you talk about what they're gonna sign real quick?
Okay, so we've got, in the Blue Door Subdivision for the Lyons is a 3-acre lot that, was, zoned heavy industrial, and they did a heavy industrial PUD and split that into 3 1-acre lots. And then we've got the Charles Hall. He, was splitting off, 2 parcels off of his 70-plus acres, and those are being sold to the owners to the south that are in another subdivision, but they didn't want to go through the subdivision amendment process, so he just split off the 2 lots from his property, and the neighbors to the south are supposed to be purchasing those. And then we've got William and Carol Reynolds with Cromar Ranch, and they are just creating a single lot from their property to build a new residence. They're selling the existing house and 5 acres that borders the road in, access to Phil's World. They didn't really want to deal with traffic and all that going on that's probably going to expand, and so they're looking to sell that and build a new upgraded house. And then the other one we have is Joyce Johnson.
It wasn't on there.
It's not listed, but
Just kidding.
she's splitting off 6 acres from her property out on Road P.
And these have all been viewed and actually voted on within the last
Yeah, roughly, I think they were all done in December,
December.
finalized in
Last
December.
Now the Mylars are just coming to us for the actual signatures now, so.
Yeah.
Just taking time for all the signatures and Mylars to get plotted and.
All right.
Go signature.
You think these guys are showing up?
George is, I talked to him yesterday, unless he's got a Dutch with the roads, you never know. I mean, after the way Keenan called Will out on the last email, and he's looking at his package, if I was mad at you, right?
That was hilarious.
Wasn't it? Wasn't that fun?
Thank you for reminding me. I might ask Jerry to just talk for a minute longer, and you know what he does to explain what the liquor license application is.
Somebody kicked something underneath
goes
that.
to sleep.
That really what happens
Now
if we
get
take
this out of
this.
your way, Joel. What's this? Minutes that we approved? Yeah, and that's back down there. Okay.
I don't know if you want to address it now, on your decision on planning and zoning alternate?
I think that we can. I did read your email. Have you gentlemen all had a chance to read the email and look at
did.
Don's recommendations? We did have, I guess it was last Tuesday, the 12th, we did, in the afternoon after the meet and greet, we were able to conduct interviews for the planning and zoning alternate position. And we had 3 applicants that we interviewed, and the recommendation of the planning commission right now is to appoint one of them. Is that correct? From that
Correct.
email?
Correct.
So I basically open it up for discussion, and then we can move forward one way or another.
Well, myself, I feel that we need some ag background on that, on the planning and zoning board, and it would be my suggestion to open it back up and see what we can get for applicants.
I'm of the same opinion. I think there might be somebody out there waiting to see what we've got. The applicants we have, very good applicants, but it won't hurt us to wait a little bit longer to see what we see.
As far
I would, sorry, I was gonna make the suggestion that if you do that, instead of putting a deadline, that you leave the position as open until filled, so we don't have to keep doing this,
What is the cost for the publications for this again, Don? I mean,
About
It's
$50.
$45, $50.
is that to run it once, or what?
No,
I
to run
think
it
we ran
three-
it two or three times.
And that just keeps us within the statute of what we have to do, correct?
we can
It's-
keep it on our website forever for free.
Yeah, we put it on
Right. we
all our
put it on
web pages.
Our
yeah.
pages.
we
but
we do have to
Facebook.
publish it at least twice in the,
provide the statute,
in the
we don't have to
newspaper of
put it on
record,
it.
which you voted this morning to be the Journal.
Right, well, we don't
Thanks.
have a lot of
Default vote.
choice.
Well, if we went with free press, it'd be once a month,
Right.
Which is even,
longer.
yeah, it's longer, so
And it's not free, you have to buy the paper.
it becomes longer and longer everywhere we go. I mean, in the beginning, we had a paper 3 times a week, and now we're down to, I believe, once a week.
Once a week.
So it gets longer and longer, which I realize that in statute, hopefully legislatively, we'll be able to fix and cure this. There again, I don't know.
I think that's a great goal for the legislature and for CCI, is to get rid of the mandatory publications. I mean, it's tough because mandatory government publications might be keeping printed newspaper in business, and so there's a strong lobby against getting rid of that. But it would save us, I don't remember the figures, I think we were told before, I think it was 5 figures, though, that we spend on publications in the Cortez Journal. So, of course, if you got rid of that, it would save us local money. It sounds like what you guys are discussing doing is really deferring the appointment, and removing the deadline, it sounds like, if you all consider what Mr. Powers said. So I think that's all you need to do, if that's what you all are in agreement to do, is just remove the deadline, defer the appointment, and continue to accept applications. You guys can make the call whenever you want. If you get impatient in 2 months, then you can say, hey, we're gonna appoint one of these 3. If you don't get any
So
more.
what-
My patience isn't that long.
What is, let me ask you a question. It's a committee of 7.
5.
5.
5
Yes,
and one
that's up to you
alternate.
guys,
Five and
though.
one
One
alternate.
alternate.
But-
Correct. It can go up to 9, right?
I don't remember what we decided. When I say we, what you all decided to rule on, but you all can change that. There probably is a statutory number of 3. I haven't looked at that statute recently, but I think there's a statutory minimum of 3, and up to probably your discretion. There might be a cap on it, but you all can decide, at least within those parameters, whether or not you think it needs to be bigger or smaller or stay the same.
So here's a question that's just kind of out there. I know that we've had an alternate position in the last 2 years since I've been here, and I don't know how long it's been since that, but is there really a need for the alternate position at this point in time, or is it?
It just depends at times. We had probably 3 meetings last year that we only had 3 to make a quorum.
So
So
if
we
you
have to
don't-
have at least 3 to make a quorum.
Correct, but if you don't have the quorum, the meeting doesn't continue.
Right,
So,
which is kind of tough at once a month.
right, so have we considered, I think there may be some things that we should consider, is once a month enough?
It has been for our demand.
Well, last year it was kind of a weird year.
There's no telling.
Yeah, there's no telling.
You
Right,
can't
but-
project what's going to
But
happen.
for right now, the demand has been okay for once-a-month meetings to keep the process moving forward.
Correct.
In a timely manner. I guess that's one of my concerns, is it quick enough to keep people moving forward through a process? Something that Commissioner Sukla always stated that, and I believe this is true, that the longer you drag your feet and drag processes on, the quicker you get people to change their mind and then just drop out of it because they can't go through a 90 or 120-day process.
Right. We actually had a December meeting where the year before we did not, just because we had some applicants that needed to get through the process. But we processed things more, or quicker in the last 2 years than they did in the previous 7 years, so.
Good. So you feel that the alternate position is?
I think we need to have an alternate. As far as having it right away, that's not necessarily the case.
Okay. Commissioner Stevenson, you were on the Planning and Zoning Commission. What are your?
No, I
You feel
think
that
the
it's-
alternate is a important position, and they get a chance to get their feet wet and figure out things. And just this last week, I was on CCI's planning and zoning deal, and I would like to recommend that everybody on planning and zoning get to watch that training that they give, because it would have really helped me when I started out, knowing some of the stuff that they give in that little training that was very helpful. But I do believe it's an important position. And I believe diversity in those boards only brings more to the table when you got people from all aspects of the community looking at things, and things that just gives perspectives that somebody else might not think of, and things, so.
Where do you want to go from here?
Up to you. What's your
I don't get a
pleasure?
vote.
The recommendation
Well,
is that we
I-
move forward with the candidate that the Planning and Zoning Commission has. Actually, we have to appoint.
You-
him.
An
To
appointment
appoint,
has
you
to
need
be
a
voted.
motion.
It came from planning, not from Planning and Zoning Commission,
Planning, I'm sorry.
just to clarify.
Sorry. Planning.
And I don't even know if this was, I mean, I think that if you all agree to defer, is that what you all are
Yeah.
leaning toward? Then just state it, and they'll change the ad and fix the website.
Okay.
That's what I would like to see done.
Yeah.
Would you like to move
Make a motion.
that forward?
I would make a motion that we reopen the applications for the planning and zoning alternate and see where it goes from there, without the deadline on it, as Shaq quoted earlier,
Till the position's filled.
till a position is filled, yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, well, it's been moved and seconded that we allow the alternate position for P and Z to remain open until filled, and it will be re-advertised again by planning, and interviews will be set up at that point in time. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, thank you.
When's your next planning meeting?
Be February the 11th,
Okay.
Third Thursday of the month, correct?
second Thursday,
I'm sorry, second Thursday.
typically.
Okay.
Any other thing, questions?
Anything else? Gentlemen, anything
No,
else?
aye.
You
Appreciate
kinda have
your
a
time.
pretty good
Yeah.
idea of what they do, and
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously you do.
Yeah, for their time, I thank them.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, guys. Next on
And,
our agenda, we have a public comment session. Just a reminder that the Board of County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Person speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. And comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted.
So I would just like to inform the commission that we have a representative from Congresswoman Bobert's office on Zoom for public comment. He was unable to be here in person, but we do have Devin Camacho with us. He wanted to introduce himself during public comment on behalf of the Congresswoman.
Okay, Devin, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Shaq, for giving me the Zoom link. It is, I'm sure I don't know if it's snowed over there, but there's quite a bit of snow here in Durango. But I wanted to take the time to introduce myself to the board and to the administration, and let you all know that the Congresswoman's office is here at your disposal. Whatever we can help with, please let us know. Your success is the state's success, the Congresswoman's success is everyone's success. This is a team effort. Everyone here is here to help serve the people, and we look forward to doing so as a team. I'm going to give you my contact info real quick, or I don't know if it would be easier if Shaq were to send it to you, whichever's best.
I think it would be easier if you send it in an email link to Shaq, and then he can distribute it that way, Devin. I can write it down here, but I think that way I have it to be able to file and then get through quicker. If that's okay with you.
Perfect. I will include my government and personal contact information for you all.
All right. Thank you.
Is there, I guess, real quick, is there anything that you need the Congresswoman's help with right now? Are there any projects? I just want to make sure I'm extending that branch.
So Devin, this is Shaq. One thing that I think the Congresswoman will be important in is the renegotiations that are taking place with the Colorado River and the Upper and Lower Basin Compact. And we'd certainly like to be able to send an invite either to you or yourself when water issues, or you or the Congresswoman when water issues come up on our agenda.
Yes, that would be awesome. Please feel free to send those over to my house email. But we would certainly love to be able to help with that.
And I would just have to echo that also, Devin. I think that water is going to become one of our, it's a large issue already, but I think it's even going to be more pronounced as we move forward through the droughts that we've been seeing in the west and southwestern region. And at this point in time,
Perfect.
I don't have anything else unless, John? Jack?
No, I mean, I too would emphasize that's our water issues are very important for the entire western slope. They're very controversial, so I have no idea what you all's background is in it, but it's going to be, I think, one of the more important issues over the next several years. So I hope you familiarize yourself with them, with what's going on, and try to help us. I think Montezuma County's concerns probably are the same as lots of the constituents that Congresswoman Boebert represents.
And just real quick, our office is at the West Building, but there's also a Water Conservation District office there. Do you guys fall under that same district? I forget what it is. What the Conservation District is called here.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't also
think
know
so.
the answer.
I think we may not. I think it may be smaller and slightly different.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Do you know what water conservation district you're in?
Are you looking for a number answer?
No, I'm from the Arkansas Valley, so our water conservation was like the Arkansas Valley Water Conservation District.
No, we're not in that one.
We if it has a name like that, it would be the Colorado River because the Dolores is a tributary
Okay.
to the Colorado.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that way if there's
We can
a
also
board
give
meeting
you
like that, we can be there to listen
a phone number and
listen in on that
email
as well.
address of a gentleman that represents us that can give you all kinds of information that you need, and
You're terrible.
just a ton of information. So we can also send that along to you.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much. I greatly appreciate being able to meet you guys virtually.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing up so early in the Congresswoman's career. We appreciate it, Devin.
Absolutely. Thank you guys.
And it would be, I think it is the Dolores Water
DWCD?
Conservancy District,
Yeah.
yeah, which would be on this
But-
lower section
Yeah.
right here.
We think that it might be, I'm sorry, I'm Kent Lindsay, one of the commissioners here. We think it might be the Dolores Water Conservancy District.
Oh, okay.
But don't hold us to that. We'll clarify that and make sure.
Okay.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Not from me.
Okay. Devin, thank you. We appreciate, and look forward to the contact information.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Have a great day.
You too.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alan Mays, 21693 County Road 21 in Lewis. Want to start off, it's a good omen. We got some moisture, so a new chapter with Montezuma County BOCC. So looking forward to the efforts that you gentlemen and your staff are going to be going through this year. I appreciate, I hope Devin is still on. I don't know if he is, but Lauren Boebert is an important congresswoman for our area, and she is going to stand up for our needs, our concerns, the Constitution. One of the things I do want to mention, because Devin was on and just reminded me, you guys have some resolutions that have been put into place, the red flag resolution that you guys are going to try and follow that I think is pretty important. Any kind of a sanctuary for just, helping Montezuma County to move forward. Anyway, those resolutions that you have put into place over the last year, I think are still strong ones that we need to keep under our helpful to us. So thank you very much. Other than that, I think it's just, you will have lots of things that will be coming at you, and I know that all three of you have the knowledge that you need to proceed. The thing that I'm seeing, we know that there's really crazy things going on in our state, our national capital. Some crazy people, and I'm not talking about those outside the fence, the ones inside. What's going on up there is just really crazy. And those things that come down to the county through the state to here, we have to put our heads together and make sure that whatever they are telling us makes it right for us. And I know that that's how it's been here in Montezuma County, and I just hope that continues, and I appreciate your help. And if there's anything that the citizens can do, just bring it to their attention. Any kind of forums that you need, if there's help that citizens can help with, bring those forward. So anyway, thank you very much, and good luck, and pray for some more moisture.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, anybody else for public comment? Okay, with that, we're going to move on to Jerry Frizzell. We have a liquor license renewal.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name's Jerry Frizzell. I'm from Montezuma County Clerk of Recorders. I do all the liquor license renewals for Montezuma County. And today, they send me the applications filled out. I bring it to you guys, you sign it and approve it, and then I send it off to the state so the state can give them their license. I have to go through Steve Nallen to get approval to see if they've had any issues with any of these people who have liquor license with us. And then I send the copies to the attorney to show him. And the two today I have is the Getting Place, which is at 26060 Highway 491 in Pleasant View. And then the other one will be the G. Willikers, Liquors, and it's at 24001 Road G.2, Cortez, Colorado. And I got the report back from the sheriff, and neither one of these guys have had any problems with any of their businesses.
Okay. I'll give one to each of you so that you can move it forward. Want to go first, Joe?
Well, I'd make a motion to approve the liquor license for the Getting Place. We just have a post office box here, but on Highway 491, Pleasant View.
The address is in the middle there.
Okay.
Yeah, motion to,
You wanna second it?
yeah, I'll second that. Sorry about that. I got
Okay.
it myself.
It's been moved and seconded to approve a liquor license renewal for the Getting Place located at 26060 Highway 491, Pleasant View, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Just one second.
The next item on the agenda, Commissioners.
We got another.
Oh.
We got two of them. Do you remember this one?
Do what?
I'll make a motion, we approve the renewal application for retail liquor license for G. Will Liquors at 24001 Road G.2, Cortez, Colorado.
I'll second it.
Okay, and we also have another retail liquor license renewal application for G. Will Liquor located at 24001 Road G2, Cortez, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next item on the agenda was going to be the Housing Authority. They were going to ask for a resolution prohibiting excessive force, but we did receive an email from Ms. Wheeler that she's going to deny her request, or she's going to not request that at this time.
Hey, one thing I wanted to say about the liquor license applications, just for you all, in your future here. So when people apply for a liquor license, when their initial application, you all have a lot of discretion, and when one of those comes up, if you all have any questions about it, ask, because there's laws that apply to it, and a lot of the deference is given to the BOCC on whether or not to grant or deny those. These renewals, you all do not have a lot of discretion, so long as they're not breaking certain laws and other things are met. Basically, you all almost have to rubber stamp them, say yes, we're agreeing that you keep them. So there's a difference between the renewals and the new ones. So that's all. These were both just renewals.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. All right, moving on, we're going to go into the public safety section of our agenda, and first up will be our Sheriff, Steve Nowlin.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
Ms. Dorncamp, Mr. Powers,
Good morning.
Mr. Baxter.
You should be able to connect now.
Okay, let's see if this worked. This is the magic show portion.
Connect by pressing your Windows button plus K
Ta-da.
at the same time.
Look
There
at
we go.
that. Jeez, we're going to be a pro at this anymore. All right. Well, I think I'm supposed to follow a script here, according to Mr. County Administrator. You know, I think you all know who I am and what my background and qualifications are, but just briefly, I'm going on 45 years as a certified peace officer in this state. Served 15 years with the Cortez Police Department, the rank of patrol and patrol sergeant and detective. Was a detective lieutenant with the Montezuma County Sheriff's Office for almost 4 years. 21 years with the Colorado State Patrol, last 11 as a criminal investigator for the 13 counties that sit here in the southwestern part of the state. I was elected as the county sheriff in January of 2015 and have been serving ever since that time. I'll go through the budgets real briefly, just so you kind of see where the funding comes from. The sheriff's office and the detention center, the jail budgets, are two separate budgets, and we'll go over those real briefly here in just a bit. I can tell you that the challenges that we're facing with the Montezuma County Sheriff's Office is we've come a long way, but we've still got a long way to go. Contraband introduction into the jail was one of the biggest problems in the state of Vermont. And 3 years into it, was able to secure the appropriate type of body scanner that actually scan inmates as they come in. We've had zero contraband introduction right now. So it has been the most useful piece of equipment that we could use to protect that environment inside the facility.
I would like you to, whether individually or as a group, come by sometime and go through the sheriff's office and through the jail so you get to see what goes on there, how it goes. And the challenges that we deal with every day. I also offer that you can certainly ride along with any deputies anytime you want. That's open to the public as well. So it's the best way for us to build those relationships and to get to see some of the challenges and things that we do on a daily basis as well. I will always give you the call for service report per month. I've also got this year and compared to last year's call for service in the county. You'll see that our call for service is increasing constantly. We'll have discussions about the dispatch center and those costs and what we can do to separate those things. I will also ask that here in the near future present.
Sheriff, is your mic on? I'm getting comments on YouTube.
How about now? Can you hear me? Is it recording? Yes, it is.
There we
All
go.
right. I certainly hope you don't want me to repeat all of that. Okay, thanks. An ordinance that actually will help us with the marijuana issues that we have in the county. And I'll send that to you. I know that Commissioner Candelaria and I have had lots of discussions with it. I presented it to the commissioners in the past. It's something that is working in other counties, especially San Miguel. And I think that it can actually benefit Montezuma County just as well. The other thing is that here recently we had a fire at the Aspen Wallwood. It's still burning and will burn until it's finally out. Which brings us to a problem that maybe needs to be looked at some of these other wood product mills about their slash piles and whatnot and what to do with those so that we don't have a repeated incident at these things in the county again. It definitely is a safety hazard in trying to control that or maintain it. And really you can't really put it out, you can't extinguish it. Especially one that's been there for over 50 years. It's an issue. So it's just something that we need to look at and in the future and see what we can do about that. We do have a state law that really controls tires, for example. But just like with a tire fire, when you have large fires like that, they burn until they're out. You can't get rid of them. And the pollution to the environment, the health hazards to those around it increase. So.
It's one of those things. One of the biggest challenges that I see with the sheriff's office is what we've had since the beginning. Recruiting and retention is one of the best and the only things that we can do now to try and recruit quality applicants and retain those folks in our employment. Because I'm dealing with 4 different generations in the sheriff's office. The younger generations are ones that we need to bring in. And so that's why the employment for a non-certified detention deputy is eligible at the age of 19. But for a certified peace officer, it must be 21 under federal law. That is the things that we have to look at to try and my job as a sheriff is to be an effective sheriff that will develop the members of that sheriff's office into the leaders of that office. And that's the only way to do it. And that's why I developed a 3-step program with deputy level 1, 2, and 3 that was actually part of input from many in the sheriff's office that it looked like something that we could do to help develop leadership within these members. And I'll tell you, it's working, and it's working well. When we have a promotional selection opportunity, I've got folks that have that. Keep going on. Sorry.
Okay. It actually helps give those folks the opportunity and me the opportunity to to see how they can become the effective type of supervisors that we need in that sheriff's office. As we've seen, one of the biggest problems with, we've been able to retain all of our detention deputies for the past year, and that's really been progress. We're doing the same thing with on the sheriff's side. However, I still have several open positions, but they have to be a certified peace officer. I do sponsor non-certified deputies that have gone through the deputy step level that have been successful in that program, the opportunity to be selected to be sponsored in a law enforcement academy to become certified. I just had one that graduated in December who's now in the patrol division, who was a sergeant in the detention division at transferred to patrol, and he is now a recruit deputy in the county. So it's a worthwhile program. It works. It helps retain our members to this office, and that's what we need. The next thing that we definitely need to work on, not only for the sheriff's office members, but also for other county employees, and that's our benefits. It's hard to compete when we don't have the benefits. And like I've said in the past, is that you can pay folks a little bit less if you have good benefits, and they'll stay. They work for that. And in today's economy, it's really important. It's something that we can all sit and look at and see what we can do to help improve that. That's going to benefit all of us, especially your sheriff's office. I'll quit going on about some things.
Can you be more specific, just so that these guys somewhat become aware when you speak about benefits, as far as, I mean, there are a lot of benefits that the county does have.
Yeah.
But in regards to what's the largest culprit of
The medical
people
benefits.
leaving,
The medical benefits.
medical,
Yep. That's
Specifically
the biggest, that's the
dependent
biggest one.
care.
What's that?
You're talking specifically about dependent care.
Yes, that's one of the biggest things. The dependent cost is what really affects their monthly salaries. And it's hard, and I know that. But we must take care of those that are in our employ, because they're the ones that do the work. And that's recruiting and retaining those folks. The thing is that a good analogy would be that the cost for me to go through the hiring and selection process of an applicant, that's backgrounds and testing, both written and oral, psychological, everything. That costs roughly about $1,500 per applicant that make it through the background to do that. Background can go anywhere from 30 days to 90 days, depending on the individual applicant. I need to know exactly everything that I can about these people. That's what our citizens expect me to do, is to make sure that whoever receives that level of employment, that wear that badge, are representing the people in Montezuma County. And they have good morals, good ethics, and are competent in decision making. That's the most important thing. So those are the benefits. The retirement part is, I will approach you. We did get the law changed a couple years ago, where sheriff's offices can now separate from the county COERA retirement and go to the Fire Police Pension Association, just the sheriff's office employees. And I'll tell you that is a defined benefit plan that we need to be able to provide these law enforcement officers, because it's a different type of job. It really is. I have a psychologist that's on staff, and I'll tell you, I have for the last 2 years, and that started out with a state grant program for the Peace Officer Mental Health Program, and it has been the best thing that we could have brought into that sheriff's office. It has saved several careers and a couple of lives already. The biggest thing is that the stress that these officers go through on a day-to-day basis. Last year was one of the worst, with the pandemic plus our rise in crime, and especially the violence in some of those crimes. were definitely stressful. But we'll have plenty of time to discuss that at length. Just to let you know what the duties of a sheriff and a deputy sheriff are more than any other peace officer in the state, whether it be a municipal officer, a state officer, or a federal officer. The office of sheriff was created by our Colorado Constitution, and the qualifications were established by the General Assembly. That's why when these laws are passed by our state legislators, they always direct it to the sheriff. Not to anybody else, but to the sheriff. And that's where I understand that's where that comes from. Those are challenging. But these are just some of the duties and responsibilities that I have. Enforcement of the liquor laws, of course, provide security for the county and district court. We serve juvenile process, summons prisoners to attend court appearances, conduct sheriff sales, enforce the laws of the state of Colorado. The sheriff, undersheriff, and deputies must be post-certified. Extradite fugitives from other jurisdictions by writs from the court. Run alternative sentencing programs, including work release, in-home detention, and other programs, and help them seek employment of these prisoners. This is what our pretrial in our criminal justice system, our section, does at the sheriff's office. Registration of sex offenders, we monitor that throughout the county and on the Ute Mountain Ute Indian Reservation. Issue concealed weapons permits, temporary emergency concealed weapons permits to someone in immediate danger. I've done that 3 times. I thought that everybody in the county had a concealed weapons permit, but every Thursday I find out there's more, okay? So I've only had to disqualify 2. And there is a due process portion of that they can appeal that to the district court. These 2 were actually drug offenders and had a bad drug addiction problem. I'm not going to issue a concealed weapons permit to these people. Close or restrict highways for special events. Coordinate search and rescue operations in the county. Emergencies and disasters. Make use of the search and rescue capability and resources within the county. Enter into intergovernmental agreements with the Division of Fire Prevention and Control concerning wildfire, which is our EFF, and AOP. Assign deputies perform temporary duties to a requesting chief in another jurisdiction, if so requested. One would be the 2 operations plans that I have in place for any civil unrest that started last year, as well as mass arrests that may have to be done. Fees for the sheriff, establish fees structured for certain duties of the sheriff's office. Most of those are all done by state statute. We follow those. Be available at all hours, day and night. That's the bad part. Provide identification cards for concealed weapons under the federal law for retired peace officers. Sheriff election bonds and insurance, that's explained in Title 30. The sheriff qualifications for nomination, election, and appointment is in Title 30 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Training requirements for the sheriff are no different than any other certified peace officer in the state. Then sheriff compliance requirements, appointment of deputies, which is the hiring of deputies, however many as the sheriff deems necessary under that statute approved by the county commissioners. Maintain the jail and responsibility of the care and custody of its prisoners. I'm the keeper of the jail. The Montezuma County Jail belongs to the county. I just keep it.
Which brings me to a question that I was going to ask. We're supposed to tour, inspect, whatever you want to do that annually also, and gosh, that's got to be coming up.
We're going to definitely, I just spoke with Mr.
quickly.
Powers about that. We're definitely going to schedule one in 2021.
And the sheriff and I have started discussing that earlier last week. So.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because that's a...
You're required at least 1 visit a year. I would encourage more when you can, okay?
I mean, how many weeks can you keep them in there?
However long you would like that, okay? Coordination for fire suppression efforts in the county. EFF addresses expenses to the county. I have to attend in-service training, no different than any other certified peace officer or deputy in the state. I act as a fire warden for the county with respect to wildfire outside of the capabilities of our fire districts in the county. Transport prisoners, that's both in-state and out-of-state. That is handled by our criminal justice section and our transport division. Preserve the peace, quiet, and suppress all riots, affrays, unlawful assemblies, and insurrections. That's the #1 duty and responsibility of a sheriff. Animal control, ban fire bans through the county ordinance when necessary. Enforcement of county ordinances is also my duty and responsibility. Serve any process, warrants, writs, summonses to make arrests in the county. Authority to close waters when constitutes a hazard to human life or safety. That would be for a really high water situation, which I hope we get, but that's only happened a couple of times in my tenure. Stop and board any vessels with reasonable suspicion to enforce laws. That's why we have a patrol boat. We do patrol McPhee Lake under the law enforcement cooperative agreement with the Forest Service. My authority as a sheriff, as a state peace officer, I have jurisdiction within public land to enforce state statutes. That's both Forest Service and BLM. Not on reservations such as Mesa Verde National Park or national monuments or any military reservations that there is not in the county. As far as the Ute Mountain Ute Indian Reservation, I have jurisdiction over non-natives or non-tribal members only. BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, has enforcement authority over tribal members and native on the reservation in Indian country. I do have working agreements with all federal and state agencies to assist us as well as assist them when needed. Entering use restriction orders with the tubing, for example, on rivers and whatnot. Enforcement of Colorado laws, including water laws in our state, livestock laws under Title 35, and wildlife laws under Title 33. That's a long list. Okay, so what I'm going to do is start off with giving you what our calls for service were for the month of December that would close out 2020. I send those out to you in the sheriff's report every month. And you'll see what our highest numbers are. We had 1,191 calls for service. Understand with these numbers, they're not reflecting the full calls for service because several months ago, I reduced the number of calls that we were going to record into our computer aided dispatching system because that reflects in charges to the sheriff's office for the use of the dispatch center. So that will be lifted so that we can actually maintain our actual calls for service that we deal with within the county. For the total calls for service for the month or for the year of 2020. We had a total of 19,114. If I had not cut back on reporting a lot of those calls for service, such as the extra patrols or business inspections and security checks and whatnot, that would have gone over 20,000 easy. Last year we had a total of 18,669 calls for service in the county. So it really went up. A lot of it had to do with the pandemic last year that we had. We had, as you should have probably noticed, a lot more people that were within the county, especially on our public lands and whatnot, that brought issues to the sheriff's office and our county residents. Any questions about that so far? Okay. I'll try and move this along because I know the coroner is chomping at the bit to do his thing. In the jail report, I try to include a transport history and whatnot. in what our total mileage and total hours that were done in the year. And so there was 1,104, almost 105 hours that were spent in transporting prisoners to or from within the state, and a few that were extradited that we had to retrieve. This will definitely go up because when the courts open up, we're going to see an increase and an influx of prisoners as well as transport orders. Just to let you know, the Department of Corrections is actually starting to open up and accepting the prisoners that we have here in the Montezuma County Jail that are serving sentences for the state prison system. So they're supposed to, today, should be collecting 7 or 8 of them today as we speak. Okay. This is our cost for the meals and travel, hotels cost for transports within the state and out-of-state transports. This is the total monthly income or inmate amounts that we had in the Montezuma County Detention Center that show you what the daily amounts were that were being housed. Today we have 83. Back on December 1st there were 69. You'll see that it jumps up to about 76 and it doesn't go any higher than that. A lot of this had to do with because of the restrictions that I placed on intakes in the jail because of COVID. I only have 7 holding cells within that facility. Everyone that comes in must be quarantined for at least 7 to 10 days. The inmates are examined temperature and health-wise 2 to 3 times a day in the facility, including those that are being held in booking. That is the reason why I do not have a COVID outbreak in our facility. That's why. We only accept class 1, 2, and 3 felonies, sex crimes, both against adults and juveniles, mandatory arrests under domestic violence, or any other mandatory arrests other than protection orders that are prohibiting a person from consuming alcohol or drugs. That's an issue. It's like, I don't know why I've discussed this with the courts.
The laws need to change, and
Yeah, and that's
for whatever it's worth, I support you in that.
Yeah, yeah. So you can see the amount of arrests that come in and how many are released on a daily basis. That's what this report form here shows you. It's been relatively low, and so as you know, we're going to start seeing these increased as we move along into the year. This is what we have on hold for the Department of Corrections. These are folks that have been sentenced to prison terms in our state penitentiary system that we've been having to hold and the length of time that we've had to hold them, as you can see. The Department of Corrections is billed what our state legislators are the ones that set the reimbursement costs to the counties for holding state prisoners. That has always been an issue with this because we're charging $75 a day to municipalities and Dolores County for holding their prisoners. That's what it costs to maintain a prisoner per day in the Montezuma County Detention Facility. This actually dropped a little bit from last year, from 59 to 57. So this is what they've been billed. They are paying their bills. They haven't not paid their bills, so just so you know.
And the statute actually says that's the minimum.
That's a minimum.
That they have to pay us.
That's a minimum.
It's DOC's policy to choose to not pay us more.
Yeah. And you know that
We've been fighting that for 2 years now,
Yes.
since I've been here, and
Yeah.
we still gain no traction.
Well, we're saving money in the sense that they divert some of their holds
Correct.
probably to
So
other
we're-
places.
So we're not taking those basically anymore, right? And we have
no parole, no parole holds. Okay, yes. But that's not this amount.
It doesn't change.
Right.
Yeah,
what they're
and the
paying
biggest
us.
problem with parole holds is that a person that is out on a state parole being released from the state prison system has a list of things that they can and cannot do okay? Well, when they violate that, then they violate their parole. And so the parole board or the parole officers issue a hold on this individual to be brought before the parole board, okay? They're held in a county jail until they go. The problem is that I've been called in twice to the district judge about why. I've got somebody that's in our facility that's been there for over 30 days that has not been before the parole board. That is a violation of their due process. And that's one of the biggest heartaches that I had with that. You can't just pick them up, put them in there, and forget about them. And we've had plenty of discussions I have with the parole officer and the parole board. And they promise that when things happen, they will make sure that it gets done quicker. I said, well, that's going to be a discussion that they're going to have with you folks, okay? So in the future, they may want to come and visit with you about that.
Shouldn't
Okay.
they be discussing this with the district judge?
Well, it isn't so much the district judge, it's the housing them in our county jail without being before the parole board to either release them back on parole or put them back in prison for a period of time to finish their sentence. I mean, that,
And generally speaking, the local district court judges don't have any power over this. They would have power over it if one of these parolees filed a suit or something. But otherwise, once they do the sentence, then it's out of our district court judge's hands. So, I mean, in my opinion, the parole officers go a little bit unchecked, and they use it in some ways the same as, so they have that list of things the parolees aren't allowed to do. So let's say the parolee's not allowed to drink alcohol, and they drink alcohol. It's up to the parole officer whether or not to put a hold on them or not, and they go somewhat unchecked. And then what they might choose to do, and I don't know how often this happens, sometimes never, always, but they might choose to punish the person without any judicial oversight by saying, we're going to put a hold on you, we're going to set you for a hearing way out and whenever, and then let them out 45 days later just to have punished them for drinking alcohol. And they never really get their hearing because they've let them out. Whereas we've told parole that no, we're not accepting your holds because you're not paying us what you should be paying us. Right. So we're losing money by using us as a hotel. So now they're probably only doing it for things that are probably more justified to hold people. Or they're sending them to wherever, La Plata or somewhere else that will accept the lower amounts of money.
or if they charge them with another crime and they get a warrant,
That's a
then we'll
that's a
accept
different
that.
situation.
That's different.
Right,
And
'cause
so
then-
we'll accept them on that
Yep.
warrant. It's an arrest warrant,
Right.
okay? But they don't sit there forever either.
And then our judges would have oversight
Yeah.
if they've got a new charge.
Yeah. So just to let you know that there are going to be a number of bills that are being introduced into our legislators this year in the legislative sessions that are going to affect public safety and the detention center. There's a push for a jail reform bill. The ACLU is behind this, and they're wanting us to maintain the COVID-19 criteria that we've had for the past year, okay, in order to limit the number of people that are in jail. We'll see what it looks like when at the end. The biggest thing is that we have to protect our community as well. I don't, the jail is only there, a person is arrested, requiring to post a bond. If, depending on, so long as it's not a mandatory arrest for domestic violence and whatnot. The only reason why they go to jail is to assure their appearance in court or first appearance. And then the court can set a bond or release them on a personal recognizance. As far as our driving under the influence and driving under the influence of drugs charges that we have here in the county, for years what I've done is that, and required, is that law enforcement officers find a responsible party to release this person that's a responsible person over 21, to release this local person to prevent them from driving, okay, until they're sober. Why should we be putting our local folks in jail when they've cooperated with everything? And yeah, they violated the law. It's no different. And it has worked, okay? There have been a few occasions that it hasn't, because there isn't anybody to release these people to, because they're not from here. And so we've had to deal with some of those, but most of it is going well. And I know that there were some issues that the judge actually likes to have them before them in the beginning, so that restrictions can be placed on these people instead of 20 days later down the road when they appear in court. But we're working through it and whatnot. So the total cost and charges that we put forward in the month of December, there were no municipal prisoners from Mancos, Dolores, or Cortez that were held in the detention center in the month of December. The state charges which are non-reimbursable, those are the ones that the county taxpayers have to pay. That's the amount. There's no reimbursement there. Department of Correction prisoners, $18,086.64 at $57.97 a day. Dolores County had none. So what we have there is a total cost of prisoners $186,161.64 for the month of December. The sheriff's fees that are collected that go into the general fund and those that are separated into the grants are all listed here. And so the sheriff's fees that were collected for the month of December are $17,157.03. Any questions about the jail? Okay.
Sheriff, I know who you have housed in the jail is different because of the COVID restrictions, but just for the new commissioners, on a regular basis, what percentage of people that you house in the jail would you say are there because of a substance abuse or mental health disorder?
Well, if you combine the both of them, about 90%. Serious. Mental health is going up 55%. Drug and alcohol abuse, yeah, that's why they're there. They make bad decisions. They do bad things. That's why we've seen a rise in violent crime in the county that we've had to deal with. We're successful in preventing a lot of those, but some go unprevented. We just have to react and deal with it. A lot more assaults, a lot more domestic violence within families. Sex crimes are up. Alcohol and drug abuse is up. That's not going to go away. As far as our drug enforcement, we identify and go after the traffickers that import these drugs into Montezuma County. Dealing with the street dealers and the users doesn't do anything. That's a revolving door. Until we can get a handle on the demand with those people that are have an addiction problem of drugs. Alcohol is always going to be there, but for these drugs, we're starting to see more and more such an increase in heroin, methamphetamine. LSD is back on the market. Methamphetamine, cocaine. You couldn't build that wall fast enough and tall enough for me on the Mexican border. That's where it's being imported in. And sure, if that gets closed off, they'll find another way. It's just going to be a vicious cycle for us until we can work on the demand, and then the attack on the supply will go down. It's all a supply and demand. That's what it is. We have more organized crime groups in Montezuma County and in this state than what we've ever had, and I'm talking about all across the board. Not only Mexican cartel, you have Russian crime, you have Asian organized crime. It just goes on and on, and they're the ones that are using this to profit at the expense of our citizens, and that's the truth. That's just the flat truth about it. So that's why we go after it as aggressively as we can, and we've been successful. But understand, what we get and what we do is just a drop in the bucket. I only have a limited number of resources to attack that and go after it. So. But we're doing the best that we can with it. I can shoot this, the 21 budgets to you all, so you can see those instead of going through those, and please reach out if you have any questions. Would that be better? So that we can speed this up, because I know that you've got a long day. Any
Sounds good to
questions?
me.
Thank you,
Okay.
Sheriff.
Okay. Understand that just some budgets are, I don't have 2, I've got 20. I have a lot of grants that I budget for. I have contracts, sheriff contracts, that supply funding that benefit the people in this county through the sheriff's office. So I look at saving general fund dollars everywhere I go. Okay? No decision is made within the sheriff's office that isn't what would be best for the members of this office to better benefit the people in the county. That's how it's done. Okay? And I welcome you all to come anytime, like I have with the past commissioners, anytime that you want. Okay? Our door is always open. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Could I want to ask you just one question.
Sure.
I had a phone call this week. People volunteering for coaching jobs and stuff like that, they have to have a background check,
Yeah.
and we're sending them to Durango to do that. Is that,
To get a fingerprint?
I guess?
Yeah, it's fingerprints. Same thing with
Why
teachers.
can't we do that here?
Well, thank
In our
Colorado
community.
Bureau of Investigation and your state legislators for changing that. We used to be able to fingerprint people here, had no problem with that. Then they changed and went privatized. They privatized that to relieve the Colorado Bureau of Investigations from having to do those classifications and backgrounds, okay? And they left only employment for the sheriff's office and concealed weapons permits that CBI will accept the fingerprints and do the backgrounds on. Everybody else has to go find one of these private companies that have been contracted by the state to do that. A year and a half ago, I had discussions with the CBI director about opening that up because this took away a very viable ability for service to the people in this county. It did. They would open that up, but the cost that it would cost the sheriff's office, our taxpayers, to do that, can't even justify that expense. It's crazy. I just don't think they want us to do it.
What were the reasons you can do it? You mentioned employment and one other.
Employment and concealed weapons permits
it,
are the
got it.
only ones that I can do. Yep. And of course, court mandated fingerprinting. Those are under court order. Everybody else got to go find one of these companies, and it's
So
ridiculous.
CBI basically through the legislation process pushed it off
Yep.
to private industry.
Yes. And,
So
and
there's-
our legislators approved this, and I don't know, I guess it's I can't even begin to guess why. I'm sure it all had to do with something with money. I don't know. Probably that's what it was. The cost to CBI and the Department of Public Safety to do that. I don't know. It ain't right. I can tell you that. And I wish I could get it back at a reasonable cost or none,
Right.
like we used to do. Oh,
Well, most people, if they got to drive Durango, that,
it's crazy.
there's a day's worth of work plus the fees involved and stuff, so a lot of them, well, I'm not.
And these
gonna volunteer to
companies
do
are,
this because
yeah,
I got-
and they're closing their doors off and on too. The one in Cortez, we had 2 of them. Then they're gone. Close their doors. So you either got to go to Montrose or Durango. And if Durango closes, you got to drive to Montrose. That is nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish that, I know that I've discussed this with our state legislators, and I hope that maybe we might be able to see some change, but I don't know. It's going to take all of us screaming about it to make that happen. I agree with you. We'll do it if they open it up.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, George. Coroner George Devers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How much do you guys want to hear? Do you want to know what the coroner's office does? Do you know what the coroner's office does?
You have pictures?
Yeah. Jack, pull it up.
I think if you can give them a quick synopsis, 5 minutes of what you do, I think that would be more than adequate, and then they can ask questions
The coroner's office, they investigate any death that does not happen in a health facility with physicians on hand, which two of the nursing homes we don't go to unless there's an accident, if they fall, situation like that, suicide, then the coroner investigates it. Vista Mesa does not have physicians on hand, so I go to every death there. I investigate any death in the hospital that has been there less than 24 hours, and any death in a hospital from a surgery, medical procedure, or somebody that's been there from an accident. There's a guy in Denver, I believe it's 4 years ago, he was shot in Vietnam, had a bullet wedged in his lumbar spine. They didn't do surgery. 4 years ago, it got infected, and he died of sepsis, which became a homicide, which he was shot back in 1962.
George, is your mic on?
I don't know, is it?
How about now? Oh,
Yep.
yeah. It's almost eerie. So we investigate anything, motor vehicle accidents, any death at a residence out in the forest. I go to the reservation, Park Service, Forest Service, BLM, Monument, all over Montezuma County. It's then my duty to investigate the death, find out the cause and manner. So I work with all jurisdictions. I work with CBI, FBI, Sheriff's Department, Police Department, AAA, Park Service, everybody around. I have to work with their law enforcement. So I guess that's about it. We do autopsies on certain people. There is a state statute requiring what we have to do autopsies on, and then it's up to the coroner to figure out if we need to do an autopsy on somebody. So if they're 45 years old, great health, just fell over dead, no medical issues, we'll be doing an autopsy on them, find out why they are dead. So that's basically what we do.
And do you have your 2020 statistics?
Yes, 2020,
Before
we
you
set.
get there, George, what's your relationship with the tribe and the reservation deaths there?
As far as,
Do you investigate any?
yes, yeah, I go down to Toyoak and investigate everything, whether it's native or non-native death down there. I go to Toyoak about 3 times a year. So
Does any of your funding come from the tribe?
we don't have any funding to my knowledge that comes from the tribe. So I don't know. Keenan had mentioned one time that he thought I needed to go down there and talk to him. I feel that's commissioner's responsibility. You guys take care of the money for the county. I do know that Southern Ute Reservation has their own coroner over in Durango, La Plata County, but it's La Plata County coroner. But they do pay so much per call, and they do cover the autopsies. You know, we do maybe 50% of the deaths in Toyoak we do autopsies on, so, you know, that'd be $4,000 maybe that the county would be getting reimbursed on. So,
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to ask about the 2020 statistics.
2020. And the last couple of years, we've averaged right around 100, well, we didn't average, we did have 125 calls the 2 previous years. This last year, we had 38 calls, which is over. Suicides, we've averaged, for the last 6 years, we've averaged 12 a year. Last year, we hit 7, which is great. I'd be happy with 1. This year, we had 11, so we didn't get back up to 12, but we were above 7. Overdoses, we were down a little bit from the previous years. We had 6 overdoses last year. I think some of that comes into play with everybody that's doing opiates anyway or carrying their own Narcan. So, because I've had a couple of deaths where the family say, yeah, we used our own Narcan on them, but it didn't help. So I think people are carrying their own Narcan, so if their buddies or their family member, if they take a little bit too much, when they hit them, they get them brought back. So the overdoses, like I say, are at 6. Motor vehicle accidents, I was at 5, and we did 32 autopsies last year. And the previous year we did 29, so we were up a little bit. But that depends on the situation, alcohol, drugs, We didn't have any homicides this last year, knock on wood. So,
Which, by the way, just for your information too, we also, last year, I think you got your evidence room up and running where we actually provide our own autopsies here now. So if you could set that up also too, Shaq, the same day that we tour the jail, because I actually haven't been out there since it's been in operation. It'd be nice to hit them all at the same time, if that's okay with, with the sheriff and you both, to hit them all at one time in one afternoon.
okay, no, I don't have a problem at all.
Okay.
I'm proud of it. I like showing it off. But that that also saves the county money, that putting that in there, because we were having to pay $200 an autopsy over in Durango. So we were having to travel to Durango, and then we were having to pay them for the use of facility, which now the price went up to $200 an hour over there. So it's actually saving more than normal. Some autopsies you can get done in an hour, but the way they're doing it over there, if it goes an hour and 1 minute, you're paying $400. So that's saving us some money. Before that, we had a pathologist that was coming to the Cortez, Durango, Pagosa area, and he was one that was wanting to have one facility. Just everybody go to one place and get the autopsies done. Well, he got hired. There's a shortage of forensic pathologists throughout the United States, actually throughout the world. And the one that was coming here, he got hired by Montana as a state medical investigator. So he left us. Then I was having to drive to Montrose for every autopsy, which was real bad. Then we had a pathologist from Denver retire and locate to the Durango area, so he's doing ours, and he wanted the same thing. He wanted one place. And so we got it done. La Plata County, they came over here and looked at it, and then she wanted her own facility. So she's been refusing to come over here. She'll drive to Montrose, but she won't drive to Montezuma County to do an autopsy. So she's using the price increase and not wanting to drive, trying to get her own facility put in over in Durango. So,
Who's
but
doing ours now? Which forensic pathologist?
Mike Arnall, he's the one over in Durango, and he wishes everybody would come over here. He loves this place. So, and then Dolores County, normally they do a couple autopsies a year. They're going to be using our facility. Alex Cudwicks, he's a private pathologist, and he's done a couple of private autopsies in our facilities. So it has a little bit extra money coming in too.
George, you said we had 6 overdose deaths last year and 11 suicides. Normally we average 12 suicides, and this might be a question that would be difficult to answer, but of the suicides we see, how many of them would you say involve some sort of substance on board, be it drug or alcohol? Normally.
Probably 75%.
And we had 5...
This year would be 75%.
And you said we had 5 MVAs. How often are the deaths associated with a motor vehicle accident? Does it involve a substance on board, either by the deceased or another vehicle?
Probably most of them. And that could...
I think alcohol, I don't know, I'm not sure where you're going, Shaq, but, I mean, alcohol is still probably the largest, from being 30 years in the fire service.
Sure.
Which is a substance abuse. It's still probably the highest and most volatile of any substance out there, and it's accepted everywhere today, and I'm not sure that that's ever going to change. I don't, so I think that, I'm not sure that number is as, it seems to me like it would almost be higher than that, just because of alcohol. And that's with no other substance on board that's out there that we, face today. Like the sheriff stated, I think alcohol is still our biggest struggle. Alcohol is a demon if not used properly. I mean, obviously it depends on the person and the addictive personality, the quality of their personality, but addiction's huge with other things other than just substance.
And marijuana,
Alcohol
I
is
see
a
that in almost everything. So marijuana and alcohol. A lot of times it's just marijuana. Even in some of the motor vehicle accidents, maybe it's delaying the reaction time just enough to where it's causing the accident, maybe it wasn't. I would say most of the time they're at an intoxicated level. Other times they're not. Suicides, probably, I see THC in probably more suicides than I do alcohol. And a lot of times it's together. So. And then it's all age groups. This last year, 2019, we didn't have any suicides under the age of 18. This year we had 2 of them under the age of 18. So, and then it went from there. The oldest was 94. I had 2 of them in their 30s. 3 of them in their 30s, 2 of them in their 40s, 1 in their 50s, 1 in their 80s, and then the one that was in their 90s. Anything else?
Not from me.
Gentlemen?
No,
No?
No?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
guys
George.
have a good day. Good luck.
All right. Next up, we have the district attorney representative.
Yes, as you can tell,
And-
I'm not mad.
And I stated her name incorrectly the other day, so I'm going to let her state it herself this morning.
My name is Clarissa. Matt apologizes, he had docket with Judge Clute, so he couldn't be here today, but on behalf of the district attorney's office, we'd like to say welcome, you commissioners. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks, George. Why do you guys keep doing that? My name's Clarissa. I've been with the District Attorney's Office since 2007. I've been the office manager for 8 years, and Mr. Margison is the 6th DA that I've worked for. So just to give you guys a little background. And Shaq, if you wouldn't mind bringing up our budget, that was going to be one of the first things that I just gave you guys an overview of kind of how our budget works. We have a lot of different funding sources. So, or I don't know that it matters, Shaq. It's okay. They can look at it later. It's Montezuma County covers $940,000 of our budget. It's important for us to get this money at the beginning of each quarter because we're mostly funded by grants or the state otherwise, and everything from them is on a reimbursement basis. So the Montezuma County budget kind of floats us through the quarter, and at the end of the quarter I get reimbursed. We have our victim witness unit who provides services to victims of crimes. They're funded by grants solely. For salaries and operations, we have to do a cash match for fringe benefits. That comes out of the Montezuma County budget. But otherwise, through grants, we have about $150,000 for them. Dolores County covers about $72,000 of our budget, and that goes to basically half an attorney's salary and half a legal assistant's salary. Those are the personnel that are dedicated to that. We don't ask for anything for victim witness because the grants already cover that. The state pays $103,000 for the district attorney's salary, and then Montezuma County matches the rest, which is about $30,000. And then we have $134,000 for a diversion grant. And that's something that's relatively new. We're trying to do diversion for nonviolent crimes, first-time offenders type thing, and it's to help get them treatment and give them opportunity to not reoffend. We've seen amazing results in reduced recidivism with this program, so I'd be happy to talk about that and more, but I'll try to get you guys through this quickly. But only $69,000 of that diversion grant money is used for salaries. The rest is used for treatment and program functioning. So we haven't had any changes. The year before we asked for an additional attorney position. We're usually at a ratio of 2 public defenders to 1 DA in the courtroom. We have a heavy caseload. Cases are increasing, and so we've every year asked for a new DA. The commissioners were kind enough to grant that to us the previous year. And so we had those positions filled until October, and then we had an attorney switch jobs, and so we will be looking for one. We put out an advertisement, didn't have a great success rate of getting any resumes, so we're going to try again in March. And we've also had a vacant investigator position for the last couple months. We'll try re-advertising again. I don't know if wintertime, just people aren't wanting to move, or if they're not looking right now. I'm not sure. Usually we have a lot more resumes come in, but we will be looking to fill that. And then once we have those 2 positions, we'll be fully staffed. And that's, other than that, we ask for a cost of living increase every year, and that's kind of it. We try to stick to the same as far as operating expenses. IT has been amazing taking care of us. Obviously, we had a few expenses this year trying to get everybody laptops so they could work from home safely. But other than that, it didn't put a ding too much in anyone's budget, and we're doing good otherwise. And we have been with Will's tenure, and I have no doubt Matt, being the penny pincher that he is, will continue to be the same. So I wouldn't expect any substantial budget changes for next year. Did anybody have any questions about budget? I know that's the dry part of everything, but we're pretty low maintenance. We try to just make sure that we work within our means and don't ask for too much outside of what we need. So we try to be really conscientious of the county's budget and operating within those funds. So continue to do that with this new regime. So some of the challenges that the community faces that Mr. Murchison wanted to make sure that I talked about is the drug and alcohol abuse, exactly what you guys were just talking about. These are our statistics, and I'll explain them just a little bit. So JD is juvenile cases that are filed with the court. These aren't arrests, these aren't calls. Our numbers are substantially different than the sheriff's office. Ours solely go off of what's filed with the court. So the sheriff sees a lot more cases that we'll never know about. These are specifically what's filed with the court. So there were 58 juvenile cases filed in 2020. And then CR's felony cases, there are
Clarissa,
300.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you think the substantial drop in juvenile cases could be because a lot of it is reported by schools that were closed a lot of 2020?
That's definitely possible. We're still kind of seeing some of the effects of COVID on all of it. We didn't have any school, obviously, ones, and we do get a lot of calls from those. So yes, those may be directly related.
I'm going to also interject and just guess that it's also policy really across the state. The juvenile delinquency filings have plummeted in the last 5 years.
They're really trying hard on the
diversion.
restorative justice and
Yes.
juvenile diversion, which is why this is our first year with the juvenile specific diversion program. And so we'll have a lot more statistics on those probably come June, because that'll be our full year of running that program. But yes, yeah, they're really trying to. There's a lot of studies around children and making sure they don't get arrested, that they aren't really criminalized for some of these actions, and more restorative, because then that helps them later in life to not reoffend. So there's a lot of science, a lot of studies, and a lot of programs that are really trying to get kids on the right path. So yes, John, that would probably also be why. Traffic cases is the T section, and then M is misdemeanor cases. DUIs and DVs do remain our largest portion of our criminal cases that are charged and through court. And even under domestic violence, there is normally an underlying alcohol issue. As Commissioner Candelaria was saying, it's the worst drug out there. We have, the majority of our DUIs are alcohol. We have a few that are marijuana, but the majority are alcohol. The majority of our DV cases are stemming from alcoholism. It's a huge problem in the area. And so we have a DUI and drug court through the court system, and it really tries, again, to help just treat people and help them get past that. There's a lot of studies on what point in people's criminal activity that it's most beneficial. So for people in the DUI court, it's their third convicted DUI. They get to go to DUI court to try to help them. It's more intense therapy, more intense programs, education, that type of thing, to try to get them back on the sober path. So we really benefit from those two specialty courts in our area. Crimes against children, again, down slightly, probably again because of COVID, maybe not as much recording, but it's still within the same average as we've seen previous years. Felony drug, Matt did want me to mention that we recently secured prison sentences of 3 and 7 years for a couple charged with dealing methamphetamine. He treats the distribution cases much more severely than possession per se. He believes absolutely that distribution cases should be a prisonable offense. And then ones that are just possession or use, we are trying the restorative route and try to rehabilitate them, get them treatment that they need. The tricky part is with our area, we don't have treatment facilities. We try to work.
Where is our closest treatment facility? Because I was watching part of what Region 9 had sent out, the information that you sent to us, and that is one of the biggest problems that we face here locally within this region or region 9, Region 5, Region 9. We don't really have a facility. So
We do not have a rehabilitation and treatment facility. We have a crisis acute treatment center and a detox facility in Durango, but we do not have long-term residential treatment. I believe the closest is Pueblo. There may be one in Junction, but I think the closest is Pueblo.
It depends on the circumstances. The majority of time, if it's mental health related as well, they also go to Pueblo. But there's some inpatient, again, depending on what the person's individual circumstances are. There are some inpatient facilities in Albuquerque and Grand Junction, and that is where we ship a lot of people to. But there is nothing close.
250 miles away is the closest
Right.
facility that we have.
For as large of a problem as it is in our community, we don't have the resource to help treat it. And, you know, not to say that that's something you guys need to figure out in the next month or something, but it's a large problem that should be addressed and looked at. And, you know, we'd be happy to work in whatever way we can to kind of go over, you know, areas that maybe we feel. And I know, I'm sure Matt has notes on here that he gave me about, you know, some ideas. What he thinks would help tackle these issues is an inpatient treatment drug treatment facility, sober living facility, and a detox facility in our area, because it is difficult, you know, for law enforcement too. They have somebody they have to drive over to Durango just for detox. It's not convenient. You know, there's dangers that could happen along the way, and it's more expense and time for them as well. So those are just 3 of the larger ones that I think would benefit our community. So we see a lot of the drug and alcohol abuse, and that is where the majority of these cases are stemming from. So that was one of our large concerns. Again, not anything that is going to be fixed overnight, but we would love to start the conversations of how maybe we can help facilitate any kind of movement towards those facilities or treatment or something for the community and to help these individuals out. So
I don't want to state the obvious. Well, I do. I'm going to. So if we got rid of alcohol and drug issues and mental health issues, the sheriff's job, budget, everything would not need to be as hard. We would get rid of a lot of those issues.
Sure.
And so
we struggle with our budget. I think Haley, I'm sure she'll talk about this in the back, but it's all about funding and how do we make it happen in such a rural and small community, even within Region 9. I mean, Dolores County is small, La Plata County is basically small in regards to the rest of the state.
And Shelley and Haley from Axis would like to meet with the commissioners to discuss the funding portion and what the commissioners can push for legislatively.
So anyway, I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about this here in just a few minutes.
And we've been working with the bridge also. There's a liaison. Anytime the court sees a person that fits the criteria that they have, they do a referral for individuals to go to the bridge where they can set up mental health treatment with Access. They help them try to get stabilized and back into the community. And so that's, it just started in September 2020, so the liaison emailed me this morning, said she didn't quite have any numbers together, but we're going to work on those and just see where we're at. It is still a somewhat new program, but I think it'll be interesting to see what comes from that. I know a lot of individuals have been helped through that, so I will have more information for you guys in regards to that at a later meeting. But
Okay.
it's one small thing that trying to do, because mental health is another large portion. If you get these cycles of, you know, bad childhood or drug use in the family, and it just perpetuates the behavior. And so if we had the treatment and counseling and the mental health treatment for those individuals, I think you would see huge decreases in crime and just a lot of other things. So,
Okay.
yeah. And we invite you guys to come by anytime as well for tours or conversations. So I know our facility is not as exciting as the jail or the coroners, but happy to meet you guys and discuss whatever may need.
I'm good.
Anything else? All
Thank
right.
you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Clarissa.
All right, next up, James Bratlin, our emergency manager.
I gotta drop everything. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning, Lynn. Miss Lynn. John.
Hello.
Jack.
Good morning.
It's a fine day today.
It is too.
Watch
Yes,
me
it
drop
is.
all of this stuff. So let's just start out with kind of a quick situation report of what's been going on last month or so. I send out this situation report to everybody. You should be getting it weekly, right? And then we have that incident support plan that shows what the virtual EOC is doing, so you get a copy of that. Kind of our objectives, where we're headed, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So just basically the update that we have going on currently, of course, is we still have our virtual multi-agency coordinating group, still meets every Wednesday. We still get together with our staff on Mondays, trying to keep track of what we're doing, what we've done good, and what we haven't done good, you know, the same old thing, and then try to implement some new stuff for the next round for each week. So with that, we get a lot of information going on, not just COVID, but we try to keep track of just about anything that might be happening in the county. The sheriff brought up about our wonderful little burn pile that's burning, and it continues to burn, and someday it might go out. We'll see how that works.
It will eventually go out. I did have another question on that.
Yes, sir.
Back to the email that we had talked about. Do we have any purple air monitors other than the 2 or the 3 that are shown right now? Or can we place other air monitors temporarily up in that area?
So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, we have the one in Cortez that was actually down, and we're fixing that to get back up. It
And
connects
that's at
to the internet.
Fire station.
Yeah, at the firehouse. And then we have the one that's in Dolores at the town hall that isn't up and running yet. We're waiting for the high-speed internet to be hooked up. I believe you can personally purchase these items and place them at your own residence. There's a cost, of course, and there's a cost that associated. I think it's a monthly cost as well. But Purple Air has these, and I don't know if they have grant funding for it or how that works, but if we were able to do that, of course, it has to have the high-speed internet, has to be approved. I think at one point we were talking to CDPHE to see if they're, you know, willing to put these in here and there, and I have not heard back from that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that gentleman was kind of informed on researching that and get a hold of Purple Air and see how that works. So haven't heard back from him.
Okay.
So overall, our emergency support functions, all 15 of them, are doing actually rather well. The transportation's up and running. Everything's at normal operations. Most of them are COVID-free. The schools Had one positive in RE1 and 3 others that were quarantined, but they're handling it really well. They got a really good plan, so and they're ready to accept any doses of vaccine once we get into that phase to be able to give to the, the staff at the schools. Our communication center is doing well, normal operations, COVID-free. County IT is doing really well. We're setting up a second server system just in case, so that's working well. Based on the firefighters and the information that I received going to the county, the chief's fire meeting in January, we talked a lot about odds and ends, but they've been allowed to receive their vaccines if they wish. They have additional protective PPE equipment, so we have been turning that over. Our PPE is going well. I still have a little bit spare, but I think the new commissioners might have heard we got 13 pallets from the state, and I was very excited about that. That's like 3 back orders, so we issued it out to everybody that needed it, so it went out pretty quick. But we're doing well in that area.
Jim, do you have any reserve?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep, I've got a stash, and I believe EMS has got their stash, and I think the sheriff's got his stash. So coroner's got his stash. So everybody's, we're holding our own now. But I'm making sure that if we can look forward a couple months out, and if it looks like they're going to be starting to get short in a couple of months, then they call me. I put it, and I'm getting an order in to the state again. So we're trying to keep ahead of this thing. Because I don't know where it's headed this year, honestly. Hopefully down, right?
That's our hope.
Right?
Has the curve been flattened?
It is flattening. Yeah, the spike that went up in our county, the spike is going down a little bit. We're getting more vaccines out there. The idea, hopefully, is that if we continue with, this is, the public health idea, which seems to work. If we keep the distance, we wear some masks, we take the vaccines, this curve is going to drop pretty good. And we're seeing that, I think, in the state as well. So I was talking to the doctor yesterday, Dr. Aiken, discussing different things with various public health and even CDPHE. They're optimistic that it's slowly starting to drop on it. So I don't know when.
How's access to vaccines? We have enough vaccine to take care of it? We behind, ahead?
So that's a good question. The state pretty much slowed down giving us the vaccine. They had other priorities with it. There was all kinds of complications that some were going to, the feds were going to hold off their second dose to make sure that everybody that got the first dose would get the second dose. The governor has been working with the feds trying to get more doses. They did receive some extra. They're allotted per, population, et cetera, and we received enough. Whatever we receive in Montezuma County, we're knocking it out of the park. We're giving them out, every drop of it. So we've been seen in the state as probably one of the very few counties that's way ahead of the curve. We know what we're doing. We're knocking out the vaccines. But as far as the access to them, whatever we get, we distribute. And we weren't getting very much this week, and we were getting them weekly. And I have not heard.
100 a week too, and Vicki could probably help me out on this, but I think I reported that for just our public health now, different agencies like the hospital gets their own allotment and so on and so forth, but it was 100 a week, correct? So
yep.
what we're getting distributed quickly,
yeah.
and we're way ahead, like you stated.
In fact, we've, Jim's being a little bit modest. Our team has administered a higher percentage of the vaccine than any place else in the state. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but ours was the first county to administer the vaccine to all who wanted it in all of the long-term care facilities.
Yeah, we were one of the first. We did the healthcare and the assisted living, and then law enforcement, phase 1A and B. B is a little difficult because it has 70 plus, and the feds have moved to the 65 plus. State's still, I think, deciding on that. I haven't seen anything recently, but if that goes to 65 plus, we have to continue that before we go down below the so-called dotted line. That goes into some other, like transportation, some of our government, and then phase 2 is continuity of government, of course, which would include, elected officials and everybody else that's involved. So we're still at that other level, only because I believe we have the capability of really distributing a lot of the vaccine between public health. The hospital probably can do 350 doses a day, is what I heard. They can really do well. Safeway is now a provider. They received 100, and Walgreens, I haven't heard much on. City Market received 100, and they're knocking it out with some of their patients. So we're doing rather well, but I haven't heard on who's received more doses this week. So in answer to your question, Commissioner, I would like to see more doses come down to Montezuma County, and I don't know if we've received them yet this week. So
That actually will be one of the items that we discuss with the governor's office on next Monday.
Oh.
When we meet with them on that call. Typically, you're invited to that call also, but
Yep.
on our call last night, that was one of the questions that we, will be asked. Where are these, and what's the percentage coming down, and why have they slowed, and what's
Right.
going on with that? So that'll be addressed at the next governor's call
Good.
next Monday night.
I think everybody in their own lane is going up. I went up through the state, through DHSEM, Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management, and I voiced our opinion that way, saying, we're out. We distribute the fastest in the state. Why aren't we getting our doses? And then the doctor went up through CDPHE, I believe, and did the exact same thing. And then you going on through the governor's office, it'll help. So I think we just keep letting them know we're ready. We're ready for more. So we're good. Housing and sheltering, we're at 23 people that we have housed that had COVID, and it's at our location. It's a non-congregant shelter. We have 2 in there right now. And then deciding this, homeless people have been an issue across the United States forever, and during COVID it's been a challenge. So we were seeing a little more issues with COVID being in the homeless community. So we opened up a homeless task force. Everybody's that I can think of is on it. Another Zoom meeting that we're on. So we're trying to get our arms around how to deal with maybe the homeless. They have no place to go. It's, very cold out at night. How do they sleep? And if they have COVID, it's going to cause some complications. So we kind of halfway solved that for a while. But we're still looking at some other areas that maybe we can assist in the homeless in our area. And how can we assist in making it better for everybody? So that's a big task, but it's on our plate. So we're meeting weekly for that. Resource management, we're doing well. We were looking at the hospital. It's up and down as far as the capacity that they have. I think yesterday they had 2 COVID cases, but that can change within a day. It's similar to the sheriff's detention facility. They come in, they go out. So, but we've been a little bit lower in the amount of COVID that are in the hospital, at least this last week. For the whole month, they go up and down anywhere. The hospital beds are ranging anywhere from 10 to 16 available throughout the 28 that we have there. We do have the capability to move quickly and open up and have a total of 38 beds, and we haven't had to do that, so hospital's doing well. EMS been very busy, and they're fully staffed, COVID-free, public health, very busy. Trying to keep up with the flu clinics, the vaccine planning, not to mention doing case investigation on the current cases that we have. So we're working closely with just about every provider that has the vaccine. We have another Zoom meeting that we deal with on Mondays that deals with the vaccines just specifically. Who has it, what are the next clinics, where we're headed with that. So there's a lot of people involved in a lot of separate groups. You heard from law enforcement, and Cortez PD is pretty much COVID-free, and Mancos Marshall, so we're doing well. We're keeping a little more situational awareness because of the inauguration starting tomorrow, but we have no indication of anything that might occur in our county at this point. So maybe some small groups that stand on the roadway, or off the roadway, yeah.
In the right of way.
In the right of way, right? In the proper places, so we should be all right. Long-term recovery, one of our units was having to deal with our social and mental and economical stability in the community. So thanks to Axis and our liaison up there at Dolores Chamber, Tri-Chambers, and then our planning director here, Don, they've been working really hard at trying to keep a check on the mental health issues and the social issues and, of course, the economic problems that we've seen because of COVID and shutting down the businesses. So they've got a lot of great ideas, and I think we're moving forward with that. So if we ever, I don't want to go into it in too much detail unless you have some questions, but it's on the sheet here on some of the things we've been doing. And then I was able to get 2 additional National Guard guys to assist me in my Office of Emergency Management, which is me. So they've been a great help in doing logistics and planning and delivering a lot of items and helping at these different clinics. So they've been doing well. Our PRO, Vicky's outstanding. She's doing a lot of work and trying to keep a pulse on our community. What does our community really want? What are they asking out there? And then, of course, she gets that to the commissioners, specifically Commissioner Candelaria, who's been out there up front doing the videos and talking to the public. I think that's working really well. Monday, yesterday, we had total positive count, 1445. And we went up about 60 some odd from Friday's count. We still have 11 deaths from COVID. That may change, but at this particular juncture, we have 11 from COVID. So, and then I have all the statistics, the best I can do on the back here, give you a little more information. But this comes out weekly. I'm trying to keep it up. Again, it depends on the information that I get and what gets into that report, and sometimes it's hard to get a hold of certain people, but I think we're moving forward. We really are. We're all waiting for that time that we can say we're almost back to somewhat of a normal county again, hopefully. So with that, let me introduce these new policies that we have to deal with. I have back in June of, we'll go with June of 2018, the state came down and did an audit, and with the EMPG funding that I get funded, half my position and half of the supplies that I use, etc., they came down, they did an audit, and in 2018 they came up with 3 items that we needed to take care of. One item was we didn't have a personal identity information policy. date of births of employees, social security numbers, et cetera. We didn't have a policy on how to secure that. So in February 19th of 2019, the board signed, it's part of the security and acceptable use policy that we have that was written by our IT, well, various other people as well. And the board signed it in the last 5 pages, address the personal identity information policy. It's called the PII policy. And so we have one. So we've completed that. That's done.
Okay. Does that need Mr. Baxter's review, or is that something that we have to submit?
He's already looked at it.
That's something that I think, are you talking about what was signed a couple years ago?
Yep.
Yeah, that one's done.
So that's taken care of. We did not take care of two other policies that they said we really need and we should have. One of which is what they call the whistleblower policy, which allows an employee to make, to comment or to declare some information they have on some misconduct on anybody within the county, whether it be a commissioner all the way down to, you know, whoever works in the county, and do it in a way that may be anonymous, or do it in a way and you have some kind of structure. How does an employee tell everybody that somebody's doing something wrong? So with that, we never touched that. There was some drafts out there that Shaq had been working on, and Mike Pasquin that was around. So I took all of those, put it together, and made a 6-page policy that deals with misconduct, and it's called a misconduct guidance. And it's dated February 2021. What I hope to do is, this is going to be given to the board. Each one of you, you get to review it for a month, and then I come back in a month, and if you have anything that you got heartburn over, let me know. Otherwise, you will sign it. We will fix it and sign it however we need to, so this will be done in a month. So we will accomplish what the state would like, nice little policy, and within this policy, it talks about investigations, et cetera. The sheriff's in it, he reviewed it, he's happy with it so far.
Just my little part.
Yeah, he's happy with his little part, which is good. And then, of course, the attorney and I have been looking at this, and Shaq and some staff members, so we think we have a nice draft for you that will be okay. So that one's done. I'm not a policy writer. So now there's another one that we didn't do. And what happened was the state called up, what was it, in September, and said, so, where are you at with these policies? And I said, huh? And they said, the policies that you should have sent in 2019. And I said, huh? So this is where we're at. They're happy as long as we're moving forward with it. So the next policy that they said we should have and we don't have is a current procurement process and a policy that has provisions for various odds and ends, including Code of Federal Regulations, et cetera. So, and again, we've found some more drafts out there that people were working on. I was able to put this one together. We decided if we're going to have a procurement policy, let's do it right. So we ended up with a 33-page, that includes the signature page, policy on procurement. It has all the state requirements in it, has federal requirements in it. This has been reviewed by county attorney, John. We had some comments throughout it. We met with the finance department, HR, Shaq, and myself, and we're okay with it. We've made all the changes that we can to it, so it's yours to look at. What we're going to do with this one is give this to you, and it says April, because we would like you to look at it, the board, come up with anything that you don't think needs to be in there or you have questions. by next month, so that gives you a month to look at this policy. And then we'll make any additional changes to it. And then in March, when we have our department head meeting, we're going to bring it up to all the department heads, have some training on it, see if it's actually going to hold up to the fire when we talk to all the department heads. And we will then have a document that is probably spot on. And then from there, of course, in March, we'll get it back to you for the final review if there's any changes in it. And then April, we hope we can sign off on this and call it good. So that's where we're at with the state audit that came down, and then those were the main items that they wanted done. So these will be given to everybody, and happy reading, right? And if you have any questions of them, please feel free to call the sheriff. I'm just kidding. Get a hold of
What are they supposed to call the sheriff?
Sheriff Nowlin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Safe answer.
All right. So, one of the other things that have come up, this is a long one for me, so bear with me. Because newly elected officials, you guys, some of you aren't new to the incident command system and how elected officials work through an emergency or a disaster. Some of you are familiar with it, some of you may not be. But what we try to do is give you a training. It's called the ICS 402, and it's for elected officials on your roles, your responsibilities, what you do in disasters, how to fill out disaster, declarations, and it goes on. It's about a 4-hour training. I'm not allowed, even though I can teach it, I could teach it to other boards and commissioners and council, but they do not like me to be able to teach it to my own board because they come in from the state and do it. So we're going to set up a time when you guys are free and when they're free, sometime January, February, and put on a 3-hour, 4-hour class. It's a 402. It's for all elected officials that would like to attend. Oh, well, yeah, but you're a deputy. So, give this to Ellen. Exactly. You don't want it.
February 30th, good for you?
February 30th.
Yeah.
29th.
Should Ellen already have one? She's been in office for a while.
She's got an idea how this works too, but there's a little booklet to kind of just give you a refresher on what elected officials do. I have those downstairs. If you want more, I've got some more of them. Yeah. Yeah.
Make sure the coroner gets one.
Yeah, the coroner, he needs something like that. I'll make sure he gets one. So we're going to plan that down the road as soon as we get the okay. Apparently the state would like to teach it along with 2 state people, but they're from the Department of Homeland Security, Emergency Management. So they like to put on a little presentation. So that's on the way. Nice. Yeah, and then there's a big guide that's like a lot of pages you get as well if you'd like to read that in your spare time. So now what do you got? 2 policies, flip little field operational guide and the whole policy on, yeah, how much fun is this going to be, right? Any questions on that, let me know. And then I have a quick presentation just to let you know everything that Shaq said you probably need to know. So here we go. So on that, go ahead, sir. So of course I'm your emergency manager. I've been here for 10 months. I was smart enough to accept this job 2 days after you declared an emergency in the county. I think I accepted it on that day, and then I didn't know we were going to do that. And then so hit the ground running, and been here for 10 months. It's been great. Actually has. Learned a lot. Worked with the sheriff on a lot of major issues, especially fires that we had, various fires throughout. So learned a lot. My staff is me, 1, that's it. I have 2 National Guard that are assisting me, and I work real closely with our PIO, Vicky, to make sure we get some good messages here and there. Not that she doesn't know, but I would like to know what we're telling the public that way, because I get a lot of phone calls. My position, including, well, it has, all my budget is paid, half of it's paid by Department of Homeland Security. That's the grant that I fill out every year, and we're eligible up to $80,000 if we need to. So that means you could pay me $160,000 a year, and half of that would be paid. Oh, did I slip that in there? Just kidding. All right. So I got 14 years offshore oil exploration. I worked my way up in that. I had a lot of fun. I ended up being the safety and the emergency manager on the ship. I worked on ships mainly, working with the captain. So I did a lot of procedures there, a lot of emergency procedures, a lot of drills, a lot of exercises. Then I came back and decided that because the oil patch kind of hit the bottom and they laid everybody off, I thought, well, heck, I'll just be a cop. That sounds like fun. So I was a sheriff's deputy for 8 years, and then city police for 22, retired as chief of police. And I'm with the sheriff here. This defined contribution is like a savings account. Once you use it, you're done, and then you have to go back to work as an emergency manager, right? So defined benefit is the way to go, and it really makes a lot of sense. But with that, I was the emergency manager for a while underneath city manager in Durango, and I spent 20 years working on a lot of emergency management stuff. I'm still a firefighter, not an EMT anymore, but I am a firefighter, wildland mainly. 43 years at that, and my fiscal agent is Hotchkiss Fire Department. So I still play a little bit. I have to go up there for a annual meeting, so that'll be interesting. All right, sir. So moving on. We were told the expectations of my position and what do I do according to the job description, and there's a lot of things that we do. Our county, there's 10 emergency management regions in Colorado. We're the bottom left-hand corner, of course, and we're in the southwest region. It now includes 6 counties, 2 tribes. We've added in San Miguel County for emergency management. So they're part of the Southwest. Yes, sir. Next one. So my job is listed in Colorado Revised Statutes 24. And it talks about what each local interjurisdiction has to have. And they discuss emergency management agency and what we're responsible for the coordination of disaster, preparedness, prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery. So it just wasn't somebody's idea. This is actually in state statute. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. Next one. So each county shall maintain an emergency management agency or participate in the local or, the jurisdiction, which means if you don't keep me here, then you got to do it, or you got to make Shaq do it, right? So you have to maintain an emergency management type agency or person that will deal with it. The governor says that in that emergency management agency, we got to cooperate with emergency management agencies in the municipalities. We got to get along with them. And that's throughout the entire county, of course. The minimum composition, of course, of emergency management agency is a director or somebody that coordinates. We're governed by the board, and I'm responsible for planning, coordination, the execution of local and pre- and post-disaster services. So what basically we do is there's a fire, and it's a round fire. It's an incident going on like the East Canyon fire. We all know there's consequences to that. And the minute the sheriff says, I'm going to evacuate people, there's a consequence. So my agency, what we do is we take care of the consequences. We support anybody in any incident. So if the incident's blowing up and going nuts, we open up an emergency ops center and we support any consequence that's happening. And sometimes it can get pretty large. You know, where do we put animals and where do we put the pets, cattle, etc. So we're supposed to be organized for that. Next slide, sir. So the chairman of the board or other principals, so I'm just going to say the chairman, we have, you give us the information that we need, we move ahead, we have mitigation, response, and recovery services. We identify the person who heads the agency, which would be me, of emergency management. Section 8 must prepare and keep current locally defined inter-jurisdictional emergency management plan. So I've got to keep that running, which is the preparation, prevention, mitigation, response, recovery from emergencies and disasters. I've got to keep this plan going. It has to be approved by the federal, by FEMA, of course. And then it talks about various other plans that are involved, which includes the hazard mitigation plan we just finished. It should come to the board, I'm hoping, next month for your review again. And then a signature, and then we're good for 5 years. Part of that as well is my plan, my emergency operations plan, response plans. They'd like to do that every 3 years, but I'm in charge of that, and I'm going to be revising our EOP all this year, trying to get caught up. So that's something else that we do. So little odds and ends and how you interpret, that's case law. I'm sorry, that's state statute says you must do this as a board. So you have to have somebody doing it or you do it. So that's why I'm here. So our job description that we have on the next slide there, Shaq, we have, go ahead, one more. So the job description that we have pretty much says you appoint me, specifically assigned to programs or projects, operation and planning, emergency management program, organize, directs emergency management programs for the county, requires, let's see, performs professional emergency management work under the Board of County Commissioners, according to state statute, which is listed there. Involves coordinating and networking on emergency management issues with the whole community. So that's why I spend a lot of time driving around the community, and I go up and visit all the fire departments. I talk to some of the mayors. I talk to councils. I talk to town boards. I'm just out working with the community and finding out what their needs are. And then I identify potential county emergency hazards. I develop strategies, action plans, communication with the BOCC, other officials, public events, conducting emergency management, education programs, which I'm actually going to begin. We're teaching in the schools a couple of CERT programs. I've got working with 4-H and the extension building. We're going to work together on some programs. So we got a lot of education going, mitigation education for the hazard mitigation plan. Talk to different people in the subdivisions on mitigating their property and what they can do, et cetera, and then what my office will do for them. Then we do a lot of planned, simulated, or actual disasters, of course. I've got at least 7 exercises going on this year. We did a couple last year. So, and then it continues on, serves as, emergency operations center manager, which I've been doing. Develops standard operating procedures, which we have right now for the COVID, as far as we can get organized with that incident support plan. Coordinates and conducts the multi-year, 3-year countywide training and exercise program. And we just finished that, and I got it approved by the state. So I have a 3-year program out there. I know you want to read more stuff. If you ever want to read that, I can send it to you. But that's another plan that we have to develop. We call it the TEP, and then the workshop that goes with that. And then we take all of the concepts and principles, and then we start building on this. The Homeland Security, the exercises, of course, an evaluation program, making sure that whatever we've developed, we're going to critique, and then we put it in the next plan around, of course. Update the county emergency plan is the next slide. Update the county emergency alert and notification plans is what state statute would like us to do as well. And update the county hazard mitigation plan, which we just did. And that was, that involves the community, and that was, what, 18 months long? So, pretty extensive. So, the next slide, I update the county resource mobilization plan. We really don't have one. I have a resource mobilization list of items. Thanks to the sheriff who said he wants one, which we do need one. We still need a mobilization plan, which I've got a draft of, and I'm going to be working on this year as well. And then update the continuity of operations, the COOPs they call them. And I'm doing those. I've got the COOP and an emergency building plan. We have finished that thanks to Shaq. He has a lot of drafts for this. But we finished that one and signed it for the landfill. The next one is this building and what we do, not only for emergencies, but also in our COOP, continuity of operations. If this building was to be burned at one section, where do you go for your board meetings? How do we keep government going? So we're going to be building those as well. And then work with the landfill department, update, and we talked about that. There's a debris management plan that FEMA required. It was put together and signed. I didn't do that. It was Mike Pasquin and Shaq, and we got it signed, sent it to FEMA, and FEMA looked at it, and they don't care about the program anymore. But we have an excellent developed debris management plan that we're going to follow. But it doesn't have to be approved by FEMA anymore, so I don't know where that is. It's kind of like in the air. But we did do a good job on that. All county resources are listed in our resource system with the state. Maintain situal awareness, of course, with the Web EOC. I work with the emergency management resources. I work with the database that's in the system now in the state. Collaborate with all the first responders and the whole community to evaluate, and we look at training and what training is needed out there. We manage a variety of emergency management projects and programs that I'm working on. Mainly readiness, that was one of the big deals. Oversee annual emergency management budget, of course you see that. And talk about low maintenance. I think I'm at the bottom of your list on low maintenance. But when you need me, I guess I'm there, right? So I'm representing the county in various governmental and professional meetings that we go to, compile, maintain emergency management records, submit quarterly reports. I always get to the Colorado Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. They get their weekly reports. I update all the grants, et cetera, coordinate with public health, environmental health, human services, Red Cross, volunteer groups, and the list just keeps going on. Because in the job description, it says there, and you can see it in red, this is a part-time position. It's not on-call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to respond to emergencies or disasters. Therefore, we'll coordinate with other Southwest regional emergency managers or Montezuma County employees familiar with the emergency management responsibilities to fill in. So, it's a Sunday. I get a call from the fire chief. He says, look out your window to the left, far as you can see. I look out, and there's this big smoke plume. East Canyon, it's on fire. I have to call someone else and say, sorry, I got my 29 hours for the week. I can't come in. I don't know if that's something you would really like me to do. So, I didn't. I just respond, and I've been responding like this for, the whole year. Pretty much a 40-hour position. The CARES Act has picked up anything over 29 hours, which is good. But honestly, looking at what state statute says and what our job description or your needs are, this position really should be a full-time position. So with that, I work, the next slide talks about coordination and collaboration. I'm working with every department head we have here. In training, I'm doing a lot of trainings, and with that, I'm a certified instructor for the state of Colorado. So I can teach anything that says IS or ICS in front of it. I can teach those classes for free in the county to everybody. So,
Except us.
except you.
The IS classes.
The IS, yeah, but not.
Right.
But not the 402.
Yeah, the 402, I can teach it, but not to you. I can go to
Correct.
Durango and teach them,
But
but,
it might be good, I don't know, for Joel, maybe you have some of the IS.
I've got whatever
So-
ad is
Right.
halfway gone.
Might be good for you to sit on
Yes.
at least IS 100, 200.
yeah.
Just to see kind of what some of the parameters that he's talking about, to give you a better concept
Right.
of what he's having to deal with and what we may have to deal with. Not necessarily in an EOC, but how the functions of the ICS system
Yep,
works.
because you guys are here. 100, 200, 300 are down here, and we're doing our thing. And honestly, you stay out of our stuff.
Right.
We do our own thing. You got a whole bunch of big stuff to take care of, and I'm there to help you take care of the big stuff. You know, like closing roadways into the county, gasoline rationing, curfews, whatever happens, you know, or so you got some big stuff, including disaster declarations and everything, and we're down here giving and feeding you all that information. So the 1 and 200 is a really good class. Actually, I'm putting those on, even though they're online. I'm going to teach them face to face, mass to mass.
Just so he has kind of an idea of what's
Right.
happening out there.
Yeah.
Not that he's going to be doing any of it, but it makes it easier up here if you kind of have an idea of what's
Right,
happening
right.
down here.
Yeah, you know what's going on. Yeah, and I always encourage comments during this disaster, like, hey, should you really be doing that? Maybe I ought to think about it. So, yeah, no. We work together as a team. So, yeah, I'll be teaching a lot. We were getting ready to go. The spike came. We're going to wait for it to die down a little, and then we're going to start our classes this year. But we need to get everybody up to speed in the county, county employees. So I'll be teaching that. We've got a new emergency operations center. I mean, we have a virtual right now. We have a commitment with all of our emergency support functions. So I'm working really closely with those people in the community. Empire Electric, your water districts, transportation, airport, all of that, EMS, Red Cross. So all those support functions, we're building a really good all hazards team coming up. So we will be meeting monthly and developing this team, including the trainings for them. So we're moving ahead with that. Talked about consequence management. So Shaq said, what do you want, how can you support this office? And one of the things that I think you can support is what you've been doing in the past. We have a fire. You're going to help me pay for some of the resources that we need, and then if we can get reimbursed, that's great. And most of the time, I got the state and the sheriff and our annual operating plan that we have. We don't put out too much money when it comes to fires, but at the beginning, we may have to put out, you know, some money right off the bat. So that helps me. That helps support the sheriff in our fires or any disasters. So for full support, what I'm asking is, this is a 40-hour-a-week job, and sometimes it's 55. And so I'm requesting of the board, if it's at all possible, yeah, I mean, I don't have to know about this or your decision, at least not in 5 minutes, but maybe 10. Just kidding. So I'm looking at a 40-hour-week job. I've got one of the lowest budgets in the county. I would expect you guys, of course, in any, we talked about an emergency, but you support the training, the exercises that we need in the county. We get everybody up to the same speed so everybody knows what to do in case of an emergency. You know, this takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. What you're gonna see is in an emergency management, if we don't have an emergency, you don't see much of me. I hide in my, and you're welcome to visit my office, because that's all I got downstairs. But that's where I'm doing all the planning in case of. And when it hits the fan, that's when you call me and say, we need help, and we should have a plan to help us. So there's really not much. The emergency management just sits in the corner and kind of plans for the stuff that you don't want to know about. It's all the doom and gloom, but that's what we do. We plan for that. So with that and a lot of the planning, you saw what the state statute's doing. You saw what I've been trying to do along with COVID. It's going to take more than 29 hours a week. So I'm just going to leave it at that. That would be my request is, you know, full-time job. And then we added it up. It's my pay times 20, 80 hours is what you use. So the salary or hourly, however it comes out. Salary, you make out more than I do, right? I mean, if I have to work over, I work over. But, so, you got all that, you got all the information, you got a lot of stuff to read. That's it from me. Any questions?
I think you've given us plenty of food for thought, so thank you, appreciate it, James.
Okay.
You guys don't have anything else?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
Is Derek still on the line?
Yes, sir.
I went ahead and asked Haley to come back at 1:30 because we're kind of running way late here. We haven't done any of the commissioners' reports, attorneys' reports. So, Derek, if you want to go ahead, and I don't, you still have all the time that you need. Not going to rush you at all, but the floor is yours, Derek.
Good morning, everybody. For the new commissioners, look forward to working with you. We've had a good relationship in the 8 years that I've been here on the Dolores Ranger District, and hope that continues. So I'll just get into my report real quick. Excuse me. At the last commissioner meeting, I had reported that we were going to have the Salter EA out hopefully last week. That didn't happen. We had an internal review, and based on that internal review, we were going to do some edits and things of that sort that we're currently working through right now. So we still hope to have that out here in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And the Salter EA for the new commissioners, that's just another vegetation management EA that focuses on the area over in the Plateau Creek area, east over to Boggy Draw. So it's about 26,000 acres in size, with the main objective of reducing the density of ponderosa pine within that area there, to more healthy conditions. So does anybody have any questions on that?
I don't, Derek.
All right. So then the next things I was going to talk about is we recently signed the Chicken Creek environmental assessment. That was an environmental assessment just north of Mancos that authorizes about 13 miles of a new trail. When they did the Mancos Cortez travel management EA, at that time they also analyzed the trails, but they didn't have the trails all exactly identified where they were on the ground. So we took this as an opportunity to confirm those locations as well as analyze those 13 miles of new trail. So that is signed now, and we'll be working on that over the course of the next few years to implement that project. Along those same lines, we have the Rico Trails Environmental Assessment, which was a project over there in the Rico area, Ryman Creek, which I believe is still in Montezuma County, was one of the trails that we analyzed there for doing some realignments. There's just some real steep sections on that trail that there again we analyzed to realign them to a more sustainable trail, for the purposes of not having to go in there and maintain it so much. And then we also will be doing some trails that are in Dolores County. The Spring Creek Trail is a motorized trail that will connect the Spring Creek area over with I guess that'd be the Taylor Mesa area. So that will be in the works over the next few years as well. And then we also took the opportunity to reauthorize a trail called the Circle Trail that comes from the town of Rico and connects to the Colorado Trail. That used to be on the books, but for some reason it was taken off, but still in use. So there again, we're just reauthorizing that trail, so not much work is going to be needed on that trail itself. Any questions on those projects?
I was kind of questioning, is Ryman in Montezuma
No,
County
it's
at
not
all?
in Montezuma
I think
County.
it's all in Dolores County,
Dolores or
right?
Yeah, Ryman, it's right there, the boundary, so it might be just on the other side of the county line there. But yeah, so I might be incorrect on that one.
That's fine. I was just curious. I didn't think it came down any further into Montezuma County at all. So that's all.
Yeah, and then, okay. And then the last thing with these snows, we're going to take advantage of them and do some pile burning over the course of the next couple of weeks. So we have, a variety of areas, due to the vegetation management that's going on out on the landscape where we've generated piles that now need to be taken care of with burning. So we'll be doing that over the course of the next few weeks. So with that, that's end of report, unless you have any specific questions on anything.
Not at this time, I don't.
I think Doug Roth was reaching out to you to do some mapping for us, some mapping that I was wanting to look at. So hopefully just, if you're communicating with him back and forth on that mapping, we'll be able to look at some ideas for us.
All right, yes, so we provided that information to Doug today, so he was wanting to have something prepared for you by tomorrow, so I think he'll be able to meet that timeline.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome.
All right.
All right, and then we have a note here from Connie. She had to jump onto another commitment, but her updates were that they have a new monument manager, Ray O'Neill, and he's on Zoom with us. He'll introduce himself, and then her other updates was that the summit appeal period closed with no appeals. Painted hand appeal period closes today, and the TAP 1 transportation and access appeal period closes today. So far, 2 appeals received. Risley Canyon, APDs on Can-Am. Scoping closes on January 31st, and she is looking forward to working with you all during your terms, and I can supply you with her contact information, but her office phone number is right there if you need to get a hold of her. And with that, we'll go to Mr. O'Neill.
I have one more question for you, Derek, and Mr. O'Neill, while you're also on the line. We had gotten away from putting specific times for public lands, but would it work better for you guys if we actually put a specific time just for you all when you have to meet with us? I did notice you've been on here quite lengthy, but is that more convenient to where you can get yours in and out, or is it adequate the way it is at this time?
Yeah, for myself, it would definitely be appreciated if we could identify a specific time, just so that I can schedule around that. Some days it's not an issue, but then some days it is. So just to ensure that we do have the opportunity to meet consistently. But you guys have also been pretty good about understanding if I can't make it, because of a time commitment. So, but having that specific time commitment is definitely a benefit.
What time would be better, Derek? 10, 10:30, 11? What?
10 o'clock is fine.
Mr. O'Neill, do you have any constraints that you would have to need?
No, I also would appreciate the opportunity to have a specific time, but of course, also to receive the full agenda so that myself and/or Connie can attend the full meeting when possible, but also make sure that we prioritize that specific time to provide you guys with an update.
Okay. Well, we'll discuss that amongst ourselves, and then we'll add it to the agenda accordingly. All right,
Sounds good.
Mr. O'Neill, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. I've been in this office for about 2 weeks. I'm very new. I'm coming to the position of Canyons of the Ancients Monument Manager after a 30-year career with the National Park Service. Most recently, I was the Chief Ranger at Saguaro National Park outside of Tucson. Prior to that, I worked for 15 years as a District Ranger at Zion National Park in southwest Utah. And as I'm looking at my picture on the screen, I will ensure that in the future I have a good lamp so you can see my face a little bit better. But I'm looking forward to working with you, looking forward to meeting in person, potentially at the meeting next month. And I don't really have updates, again, brand new, but I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, we have new commissioners here also. To my right is Commissioner Lindsay, and to my left is Commissioner Stevenson. So unless they have anything, I'm sure it's going to be a whole new working relationship. You know, you're new and so were they. So I don't have anything specifically at this time.
Neither do I. Nope. Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome aboard, Mr. O'Neill, and hopefully you like it here and things will progress and everybody will get a lot done together. All right, at that time, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. I did ask Access Haley Leonard to come back, or Haley Saunders to come back at 1:30. We'll break for lunch and we'll be back at 1:30 and we'll continue the rest of our reports at that time.
Thank you, gentlemen.
There it is, I can see.
Man,
We're
it's
still
been
on
years.
YouTube. We're still on YouTube. Okay, we're going back to YouTube right now. Let me try and give Haley control of the screen.
Not discriminating against Matt.
Let's see if that works for you. Windows plus K at the same time should get you in.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and start back in our meeting. And on the agenda is Access Health with Haley Saunders.
And I don't think that mic is on. There it is.
Okay.
If that's not working, I'll just take control back and I can flip through it for you.
Ms. Saunders, can you introduce yourself too and tell
Yeah.
us what you do?
She got it on. Oh, it's flashing red. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Switch it out. Yeah, it means the battery's gonna die.
I think it's working.
Definitely appears to be working.
Connected.
It says you're connecting to the display, so.
Perfect. So my name's Haley Leonard Saunders. I'm the Public Relations and Development Director at Axis. I live in What?
What's Access?
You haven't let me get there. You're on it today. I live in Cortez, but I cover the whole region. Axis is a mental health, primary care, and dental provider. We also do crisis care, and we have an acute treatment unit, which is like a short-term psychiatric inpatient unit in Durango, as well as a detox facility in Durango. So we do a little bit of everything. We have 9 locations. It's not letting me connect.
Okay, I'll just take it.
How many people does your facility in Durango hold for detox?
15 in detox, 14 in ATU.
Okay.
And with COVID, the, what's the word for it? The capacity is down a little bit, but we've had, I think we only had to turn people away once, but they ended up at Mercy for medical reasons.
And secondly, you guys are also providing vaccines, correct? Or
We
have
are.
you got your doses allocated?
Yes, so it depends on the day. We got 240 for Cortez last Saturday, and we administered those, and we plan on doing second dose. We haven't heard from the state if we'll get another first dose round for Montezuma County, so we just wait and see what they say day by day. Every time that we've gotten vaccines, we've gotten about 48 hours notice before the clinic, so it takes about 50 people to mobilize and get every single person called and scheduled and then vaccinated. So it's been pretty cool that we've been able to take care of that many people, but it's a process.
Okay, thank you.
So I was going to go over today a little bit of who we are, what we do, and then talk. I originally came to talk about a program called Community Response, which is a community policing program that we want to get up and running here in Montezuma County by January of 2022. But I thought it made sense to just make sure you know what we do and why we would even be involved with that first. And then I also, during lunch, went and talked to some of our substance use providers, just in case you have more in-depth questions about inpatient substance use based on some of the conversations that were taking place earlier today. So you can switch slides. Next. So we covered Dolores, Montezuma, La Plata, San Juan, and Archuleta. We have 9 locations. Like I said, we do a little bit of everything at this point. Our location here in Cortez on Empire is primary care, integrated behavioral health, meaning we have a behavioral health provider that comes into primary care visits, which is separate from our outpatient mental health side, and then we do outpatient mental health and substance use treatment. So that's therapy appointments, group group counseling, individual counseling, child and adolescent therapy, family therapy, a little bit of everything there. Next one. Like I said, we do crisis care therapy, substance use treatment. We have healthy lifestyle support, which includes diabetes and nutrition education, which is really important. We have peer navigators now. So those are people with lived experience that can help people navigate the behavioral health system because it can be really complex. We have community health workers that can basically walk people through the primary care side of what we do, and we do insurance enrollment, coordination with other agencies, kind of a one-stop shop for whatever somebody might need, because healthcare can be really confusing. Our acute treatment unit, like I said, provides short-term residential psychiatric care. So that's usually 3 to 7 days, somewhere in that range. And then our detox unit runs about 24 hours. Next one. So the detox unit is a social detox. So we don't do medication management there. We have staff that can help manage symptoms of withdrawal. Patients will receive education, assessment, counseling, and referral to treatment. So everybody that walks into detox has the opportunity to receive ongoing treatment if they choose to engage with us in that. We just work to get people tapped into as many systems as possible and resources, so that way we don't have return visits, but of course there are return visits. Next one, check. So the ATU provides psychiatric care, medication management, peer support, individual and group therapy, case management. So it's basically this really beautiful, calm facility where they have an RN, case manager, psychiatrist that works with them from 7 in the morning until they go to bed on different activities to support their recovery. So they'll have group and individual therapy, yoga, medication management, basically anything that somebody needs to support their wellness to get them to a place where they can resume outpatient treatment or whatever the next step looks like for them. The next one. Oh, I'm already at community response. So before I get into community response, do you all have any questions about who we are, what we do? No? Okay. I know it comes up often, why don't we have these facilities in Montezuma County? The ATU and the detox facility run about $1 million a year each for operations. And recruiting that kind of specialized staff can be really tough. So that's one of the considerations for why is it in Durango, not in Montezuma County or any other location. They're expensive and they're hard to staff. It's not for, a lack of wanting to have a facility over here. It's just not something that we can afford to do. And the ATU and the detox are both community. There's a lot of community funds that go into those programs, including Office of Behavioral Health and other funds, and we also accept Medicaid at those facilities. So like you all pay a considerable portion, I think $15.5 now, to help support those two programs, and so do the other counties across the region. So we can't do it without community support and county support. So that's just, as you get those questions, why don't we have one here? Cost is always the first answer.
Just basically not sustainable here at this present time.
It's not. No, it's not.
What is the availability if we have somebody, obviously once they've been cleared from the hospital, and they can actually go to a detox facility for us to get them, I guess we have to transport, right? Or,
Right now, it's a court order, so the process is they would get a court order to transport if there wasn't a family member or a voluntary transportation, and then the sheriff's office would transport with that court order.
to the facility. So if it's just detox short-term, what is that stay? Is that a
About 24 hours.
24 hours?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they're just released and,
Released, hopefully with some follow-up plans to come for outpatient or, you know, a follow-up call with the crisis team. The crisis team will also do phone calls to check in with people. It kind of depends on the person and what they're open to at the moment and what their situation is, but they'll put a whole care plan together for those people. Yeah. Okay, so the community response program, pretty exciting. We've been talking with Montezuma County Sheriff's Office, Mancos Marshall, Cortez Fire, Cortez PD, the Bridge Shelter, and I'm missing someone, I think.
You got Mancos Marshall, City
Yeah.
Cortez, the sheriff.
I think that's it.
I think, and Cortez Fire.
Yeah.
I think that's all of us.
So we have put this team together to start talking about how can we better respond to calls that involve mental health concerns, substance use, things that are really outside of what law enforcement should be calling on. And this group would like to pursue looking at a program which would have an EMT and a clinician that could respond to calls for service in their own vehicle. They would be dispatched through 911, and they would be essentially the first on scene for calls that were appropriate. There would be a whole process in place for dispatch to make sure they weren't sending them to places that weren't appropriate. But they could really help with calls involving mental health concerns, potential crisis situations, suicide prevention, conflict resolution. There's a lot of calls for service that are just conflicts with families.
So basically non-criminal mental health issues.
Yeah, but you know, some of them might not be mental health issues. Some of them might be somebody that really needs a medical referral, a non-emergency medical referral, or they just need connection to resources, or they could do welfare checks. So what this steering committee wants to do is over the next year put together a model that would serve Montezuma County specifically with an EMT and a clinician. We've looked at cost around it, and it's not the cheapest thing to do. It's for 1 year, operating costs are around $400,000, which is a little daunting at first. But there are models around the country, specifically one in Eugene, Oregon, called Cahoots, that has been in operation for about 30 years, and they have had some of the best results and kept a lot of people out of the judicial system, out of emergency rooms, which is what we would like to do here. So Shaq asked me to come today to give Commissioner Lindsay and Stevenson an update on this program because we're kicking off tomorrow for our 2021 year of planning, so we can have this program implemented by January of 2022. Access is involved as the mental health arm of the program. We don't need to be the owner of the program, and hopefully with this steering committee we'll figure out who really should be leading it as we move forward. We'll have to get in the weeds to figure out funding, you know, looking at foundation funding, different grants, seeing, you know, what is possible with the municipalities, and who will run day-to-day operations. But from the meetings that we've had before, all of those entities are on board with seeing what we can do to come up with something that really would benefit a lot of citizens and get them connected to resources so we're not running into situations where fire calls on somebody 20 times, which happens pretty frequently. We want them to get tied into resources, figure out if it's, you know, do they need shelter? Do they need food? Do they need counseling? Do they not know that they have all of these great prevention supports like and family services for opinion projects? So I think it takes a lot of the responsibility off of law enforcement to do this resource connection and referral. And that's why it works so well. And we anticipate that, I think when Chief Knuckles looked last, about 10% of the calls that they were going on were definitely not appropriate for law enforcement. So this team could potentially take 10% of those calls from all law enforcement in Montezuma County.
And with Senate Bill 214, the law enforcement...
217, yeah.
217. Yeah, sorry, 217. Law enforcement will no longer be able to engage a lot of these people without a criminal reason to interact with them.
Yeah.
And the other partner was Southwest Memorial Hospital.
Sorry, Bernie.
But you were using the word clinician. What's the difference? It says an EMT and behavioral health professional.
Same thing. I'm just in a bad habit.
What does
Yeah.
clinician mean, or what does behavioral health professional mean? What kind of credentials do they have?
So it would be a master's level therapist, an MSW.
And that therapist would be here locally, correct? Because
Mhm.
in the past, one of the issues that we've had is the response time of I think it was 2 hours,
Mhm.
or which we felt like 2 hours. You know, if you're on the edge, 2 hours, you've already fallen off the edge, or, I mean, you're.
I mean, I would hope that dispatch means you're expecting someone to show up in the same amount of time that you would expect a cop to show up. And you go
Yeah.
home.
Relatively quickly, within probably a 10-minute response time or something, or
Yeah.
or something similar
It would
to that.
it would be in line with law enforcement response times. But the key thing is when they're on. So funding will dictate how many days a week the team could be on and how many hours a day. So I know that I know it's important to have a team like this on 24/7, but we can also look at peak times to figure out where we could start. You know,
Right.
do we need to be on Monday through Friday from 10 to 10, or is it more of a, you know, Thursday through Tuesday? We could have some flexibility depending on peak times, and I think, you know, if the community sees a program like this really working, then we'd have more flexibility in the future to maybe figure out how to fund a team 24/7. But that would be close to $1 million a year, that's a little more daunting than that 400 number. So we are going to start the process to figure out how to put this program together with our steering committee. Axis has allocated a 20-hour-a-week person, Molly Rodriguez, who's also the ATU supervisor and a clinician herself. She's a licensed professional counselor. She will be managing this program. So we have dedicated staff, which is a really big step in the right direction, because a program like this needs clinical supervision. It can't just be a one-off. So whether we're the owners of it or not, we have that person that we are dedicated to paying for their staff time to help make sure that it runs smoothly. And we're also launching one in Durango, but their model will be different. It's a co-response program, so the clinician will be in the car with the officer. The team here really leaned more towards the EMT and the clinician, which I agree makes sense, just because we have 3 different agencies, and it would be really hard to pop somebody in the car with an officer every single time they needed to go somewhere. So this team could be independent of the law enforcement officer.
It takes care of the jurisdictional hurdles.
Yeah, yeah. Any questions about this program? No? Still good to move forward? Cool.
Go ahead.
All right. And we went through the types of calls that they would go on. But I think, you know, based on what the sheriff was saying, it could really benefit a lot of people to help with those interventions early on instead of down the road, when somebody maybe isn't in a place to want to make a change. So, all right, that's what I know about that program.
All right.
And I believe that Shelley wanted to meet with the Board of Commissioners to discuss legislative processes, especially surrounding funding of behavioral health. So do you know, Longshot, do you know Shelley's availability
I think she wanted you and I to communicate.
first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, one of the biggest messages is that there's a lot of mandates that come to community health centers and safety net clinics that are either unfunded or don't cover the cost of care. So it's just something we wanted you all to be aware of.
We actually face unfunded mandates almost daily. And
Yeah.
through CCI, one of the things that we collectively through all 64 counties always fight are, we're not going to do it if it's unfunded, because we can't.
Right.
Specifically, if you're the Big Five, and basically around the Denver region, you have a lot of population, you have a lot of money, they can typically do some of those things. In the rural areas, the other 59 counties, we struggle to do most of the mandates because they're unfunded. So we, through CCI also, we fight the unfunded mandates all the time.
Yeah.
Almost, well, in 2 years that I've been up there, we collectively have not agreed to push forward any legislation that does not fund a mandate at all.
Perfect.
So just so that you know that.
That's great.
We are doing that at the state level all the time.
Okay. So, yeah, we're in the same boat.
Mhm.
Sounds like we're on the same page. I wanted to touch on, you all brought up inpatient substance use treatment earlier. Is that something you wanted me to touch on?
Yes.
I think so, because, you know, that affects us here in this county. I'm sure it affects every county, but how does it affect us here in this county?
Perfect. Okay, so with inpatient substance use treatment, we're not an inpatient substance use treatment provider. We do a lot of coordination to help people who choose to go to inpatient substance use treatment, or people that are mandated through DUI, drug court, probation, parole. So we do a lot of the coordination. Our team, when I asked them earlier, would they support more inpatient treatment options, it was an overwhelming yes. So it's something that we are completely supportive of. If there was an agency or someone willing to bring inpatient treatment to this area, it's just not something that we're able to do. We can't do it. But if somebody was willing to, we are all for it. I mean, the more options that we have for patients, the better. Locally, we feel like if there were more options, more people would opt to seek inpatient substance use treatment. And I think the biggest thing that I'd like to point out is that it's very different than mental health inpatient treatment. So with substance use, most people are making a choice to seek that treatment, whereas mental health inpatient most of the time is involuntary. So there is that element of the person making a choice to be a part of seeking that treatment, which makes it a little bit more complicated. So we feel like, some of the best results would come from having having an inpatient option for people, and then being able to come back and be wrapped up in sober living options, which there are not a lot of, and we would love to see more sober living, because it's really hard to learn new skills and try to make a change and come back to the exact same environment, and without a place for someone to use these new skills and keep the change on track, it's really hard. So if we could see, a step-down program, we have what we call intensive outpatient, or IOP, which is like 9 hours of therapy a week. So somebody could go to an inpatient treatment, come back, be able to access IOP here locally, and if they had some sober living places or other options that weren't home or wherever the place was where these behaviors were, where these things developed, they could be really successful.
So you talk about sober living places. Define that, break that down. What does that truly mean?
So a place for people to go and maybe bunk up with, people in the same boat. No alcohol or other substances, and just a lot of support, whether that's people in similar programs like AA or young people in recovery, but a place that is not home or, wherever they were living, where they were able to use whatever these substances were. And I think that's just, it's hard to find places like that. If somebody's not employed, who funds their stay? There's a couple of people there's one person in Durango who will fund some people that are in AA to go to treatment and then come back and live in a sober living environment. But other than that, there's not a lot of options. So sober living is a huge component to successful return to life, basically.
Because right now what we have is we send people to detox or an ATU and they get away for a few days, but once they get out, they go back to the same home environment they've been living in, the same work or lack of work stressors, the same stack of unpaid bills, the same unhealthy relationships. The only thing that's changed is they've had a couple days sober.
Yeah. So, sober living would be a really big benefit to a lot of people who are trying to make a change. So we want to advocate for that, for sure, if it's a possibility.
Okay, so I have another question, because I'm not sure if you can answer this, but the new Aspero project that they're doing over there, is that part of that, they have to actually, that requirement is a sober living type environment, right? It's not specific just to that criteria, but to be able to even get into that housing, doesn't that
I'm
have
not
to be
sure
met?
if the whole development is. Aspero's permanent supportive housing, and so there's somebody that can be on site to help with care coordination, case management, making sure that people have what they need to be successful in recovery from substance use, mental health concerns, or people with dual diagnosis. And those we're involved in both Aspero and Lumion, and we have case managers that are grant funded to go over and support people in that way.
So then what about here in Montezuma County with the housing authority that we have here? So the new projects that they have slated to begin, are those set up to be?
So I believe the one that Pinion Project is doing is a permanent supportive housing complex. I don't know if all the units are, but I do know that our team is discussing how we can support them in any way, based on our experiences with Lumion and Aspero. So I don't have a ton of details on that project yet, but hoping that it moves forward, because location-wise it is perfect for people who need additional supports.
And that's 42 units, right, Shaq?
I believe so. Ish.
Something ish.
Yeah, that'll be it. That
because
is
if you're truly going to do that and you come back to that environment, you probably, or odds are against you,
Yeah.
If you do come back into something like that, you know, it would be more beneficial to some people to get back or to return to life.
Yeah.
As you stated. So I'll have to ask the housing authority because I don't know the answer to that question either for right here in Montezuma County. If I realize there would be other criteria, but that could be.
Yeah, that's going to be really helpful for a lot of people. We're excited about it. And it's right across from the clinic, which makes life a lot easier for those people who need constant influx of services.
Okay.
And then the other big piece is there is the new Medicaid benefit, which will pay for it will pay for inpatient substance use. So we're hoping that that will be an incentive for more people to want to seek treatment, because cost is generally the biggest barrier. Because generally those aren't paid for. So it's a big expense to seek substance use treatment. So we're hoping that, you know, if now that people have the Medicaid benefit, that more people will be interested in taking advantage of that, if they're appropriate for inpatient. So, but the way we can help in the meantime is with outpatient services. We have plenty of really great therapists that can work with individuals with substance use and mental health concerns, and we also have a built-up youth team now. That was something that I know for a long time people didn't think we had youth and adolescent therapists, but now we have 7 across the region, 3 of which are here, and they can interchange if needed. So we can always bring in backup if needed.
Okay.
Yep. Any other questions? Perfect. So I'll be on maternity leave, so you guys will have a person. But Shaq knows how to I'll make sure he knows how to get a hold of her, and if there's anything that we can do for you in the meantime, just let us know, and somebody can come present or answer questions pretty quickly if anything comes up.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks. Thanks. All right. Thank you all.
Thanks, Haley.
Thank you.
Okay. John Baxter.
Oh, we're there.
Kind of lost my place here. But you're up.
As far as what's happened last week, we haven't served any lawsuits or anything like that. So nothing to report there. Generally speaking, I mean, I had a lot of comments about that I wanted to add to some things from this morning, but first and foremost, you all, I mean, we've got a commissioner that has probably experience, that more valuable experience than any of us have, just because of the history.
It was a long time ago.
I know, and some things have changed. So feel free to ask. Feel free to inquire. Currently, I mean, what we have going on, we have several former employee lawsuits from different departments pending. We've got a Kinder Morgan case. I mean, you all, I'm sure, have heard that we had a long battle with Kinder Morgan over a dispute in the taxes they were paying that went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and we won there. So that only covered 1 year. That was 2008, 2007, I don't remember, before our time, any of our times. And so subsequently, we still battled them, but once we finally got the opinion from the Supreme Court, which was pretty recently, it was during 2017, it's clear now that, okay, you were supposed to be paying us this much money. Up until then, there was not perfect clarity because it was in court. We have one thing still pending, and that is the 2009 taxes. They claimed that our assessor didn't finalize them on time, and this is a previous assessor, not the assessor who's here right now. And so they appealed to the Board of Assessment Appeals, which is basically like a judicial functioning agency in Denver, saying, hey, they shouldn't be allowed to collect this money from us. And it was, I don't know, a couple $100,000. We won there, and I'm not going to get too much into the details of how we won, what we won, but we won there. They took it to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals said, the Board of Assessment Appeals did it wrong, but the Court of Assessment Appeals should consider the equitable arguments that the county made down at the BAA. So they sent it back down to the BAA. So we have that pending right now. The equitable arguments being basically that Kinder Morgan wasn't completely honest in their dealings with us, which we raised at the Board of Assessment Appeals. But the Board of Assessment Appeals didn't want to go there and said, oh, well, they owe you the money anyway because of X, Y, and Z. So the Court of Appeals sent us back there, so we've got that pending. We've got here locally what you might hear as PAX, P-A-X, which is an LLC. There's a couple of brothers that have bought a bunch of land in Weber Canyon. They at first sued us and said that there wasn't a road there, that wasn't a county road. We weren't allowed to be maintaining it. We were trespassing. They backed off of that claim during these proceedings, but they still claim that we've exceeded what we're allowed to do as far as maintenance, and that really the road should only be the footprint of the road, which is it's a pretty narrow road in some places. Some places it's wider. I don't know what you all's familiarity is with Weber Canyon, but we're talking about the road south of Mancos. So the court here has resolved almost all of those issues, basically all of those issues, has said that we have a 60-foot right-of-way there. It's still ongoing. The court ordered a survey to be done, so a survey to figure out where the center line is and 30 feet from each side of that. We're in the process of doing that right now. And our understanding from their attorneys is that they just want to get this case wrapped up and then appeal it. So maybe that's what's going to happen. Their attorneys are in Denver. It's a I think, relatively large law firm in Denver. They've been through a few attorneys so far that didn't work out for them, I guess. That's the firm we've been dealing with since, I think, the middle of last year, or late last year, I guess, or middle of last year. We have the RMVIC lawsuit that right now is on petition for certiorari to the Colorado Supreme Court, which basically just means that we're asking the Colorado Supreme Court to look at it. I'll keep you updated on whether or not they say yes or no. We're going to look at this. Let me look at what else we have pending. You know, there's some more generic things that I'm not directly doing a lot of work on, but that we're involved with. We're named as a party in a statewide opiate settlement. So hopefully we're going to be getting money distributed to the counties. The Attorney General's office, the State Attorney General's office is handling that. And, you know, we're involved in negotiations on how the state's going to decide to distribute and allocate those funds. A couple things that the sheriff mentioned. You all might already know this. I don't know. The Dolores County uses our jail, so they also use our district attorney's office, because the district attorney is not just a county office. It's mostly Montezuma County, but they also do Dolores County. You all may have already been aware of that, but one thing that Sheriff Nallum was talking about that we have to appreciate is that we haven't had any COVID outbreaks at our jail. Some jails have, and they're all getting sued. There have been a couple of successful lawsuits against some county jails, so kudos to our sheriff for keeping us COVID-free so far. there was some discussion about these new policies from the emergency manager, or guidelines. Now, 0 of these are legal requirements. So a lot of these are to appease the state or the U.S. for grants and funding. So those are things for you all to consider. Our former administrator, before Mr. Powers, I think shied away a little bit, and perhaps also former BOCCs dating back however long, because we don't have those policies. So those are just things to consider. Guidelines often get used against you in court by lawyers, and that's what we're about to adopt, are guidelines. And you know, the bigger document that we have, the bigger the document is, the longer it is, the less people really know what's in it. And it just turns into more of a bureaucratic mess. You know, they might be good ideas, and Shaq's looked at them, I've looked at them, we've both made comments on them. If you all have questions about it, thoughts, concerns, ask. We haven't had them in the past, and so, you know, there's always the question of, really, do we want this? If you want some money from certain agencies, you do want them, but there's definitely positives and negatives to adopting these things. So check them out, see what you think. Yeah, go ahead.
These are established by us, right? This is our criteria that we have. I mean, in the misconduct guidance, it's guidance. It's not.
So that was my idea, was to change the word to guidance rather than
Correct.
policy.
So it's just like an SOG. It's
Right.
guidance. It's a policy to be guided by. It's not hard and fast. It's not set in stone. So
I think
when
they
I
should
see
all
the
be
term
guidance.
that's where my head focuses because of the world I was raised in.
I think they should all be guidance and not policies, and to be enforced how your county manager chooses to enforce it, or how you direct him or her to enforce it.
Because I did write that down.
It's him.
I caught misconduct guidance and then a procurement policy. So a policy as far as procurement, you know, maybe, but the guidance should still be there for procurement.
I think everything should probably be guidance.
Yeah.
To be enforced how you all want it enforced, rather than a document that's going to be used against you in court later. Because that's what these things are for, is for people to use them in court against you. It's also difficult when you are adopting these things for elected officials that you can't boss around and tell them how to run their office.
Yep.
And so the clerk's office does not have to follow your guidance, and it's really strange that we are saying, this is your policy here, implement it. They don't have to listen to you. They can say, you know, one clerk can say, yeah, I'll do that, and then you get a new clerk and they can scrap all that. They don't have to do that.
So this would really only be beneficial, or this would only really apply to department heads.
You would think
that
so.
are not elected officials.
But you would think so,
Correct.
but that plan is he wants to incorporate it with all the elected officials.
You can't.
But you know, he's talking about, okay, the sheriff's happy with this part, and so the sheriff's gonna change one day. And, you know, all the elected officials are
They'll
gonna
all
change.
change one day, yeah.
So just considerations, that's all. What else did I want to bring to you all's attention?
How frequently do they have to be updated?
You know, it's another thing. They don't necessarily, we don't even need to have them, but the powers that be want you to have them.
For the funding.
Right, kind of like the resolution that was thrown in front of you. It was like, sign this, you're not going to get your funding, and you all didn't sign it. They're not getting their funding either. The housing authority's not getting their funding. So just considerations to weigh and balance. So did I answer all that?
Yeah, you did for me.
Okay. One other thing I wanted to bring to you guys' attention, again, some of this might be stuff you already know. Executive sessions. Right now we're in public, and basically you've got to be transparent. Everything we do has got to be in public. There are some exceptions to that. There are some counties that refuse to do executive sessions because they're just scared of getting in trouble. Valid reasons to stay out of it. We definitely have had prior commissioners prior commissioners even since my time that have said, you know what, we're not doing executive sessions on this because people just want to know and get curious about what you're talking about. There are some counties that put them on their agenda every single week. They have executive sessions. So it runs the gambit. It's up to you guys. But there's only certain statutory reasons of when and why we can do executive sessions. Generally speaking, they are to discuss legal strategy, legal decisions, ongoing cases, litigation, negotiation or of either sales or purchases. Like if you guys are thinking about buying property or selling property. Also, when Rob and I started, one thing that Rob started to do in public, and I tried to shut it down, and we have shut it down, is he buys equipment sometimes at auctions. And he'll come in here and say, hey, commissioners, will you guys give me authority to spend $120,000 on this awesome whatever loader that I'm going down to Arizona? And so my suggestion was, look, I don't know who's really watching. Probably not a lot of people watch us that are going to be going to that auction, but those are types of things that you can do in executive session. So there's not another bidder out there that knows what the price is, what your maximum is. Personnel matters if we're going to be talking about a specific employee, either disciplining or whatever else, those things. But we invite the employee to them. Usually they're recorded, not always, just depends on the subsection. If you're getting legal advice, they're not recorded. So you all can, if you think we need to go into executive session, just ask if, hey, is this appropriate for us to do? And you need two of you to agree on it and for it to be a valid reason for us to go into executive session. We can either do them in here. Sometimes we just kick people out of the room. We announce who's going to be in it. And we do them in here. We've also done them in the manager's office as well. Let me see if there's anything else I had to say in my notes. I think that was it. I took a little note about the employee benefits, the defined contribution plan, those types of things. It's health insurance is difficult for everybody in this country. There's not a lot of good options. I mean that's a we have a commission of employees from different departments that get together. I don't know how often and make recommendations to you all about, hey, this is the health insurance plan we should go with. It's tough for everybody. Health insurance is. It's not that, oh, Montezuma County provides horrible health insurance coverage. Everybody provides horrible health insurance coverage. It is what it is right now. It's a problem for a lot of people. I don't really know what the answer is, but I don't want you all to be left with the impression that the county has chosen to give the employees subpar health insurance.
I think more what they were talking about was the switch from COERA to FPPPA because of the defined benefit as far as, I'm going to say, retirement.
You definitely would prefer the FPPA over CORA or whatever the acronym is. There's no doubt about it.
If you're an employee.
If you're an employee.
Because, right, that defined benefit continues the way I understand it through FPPA. And you might be more familiar with FPPA than I am. I'm more familiar with PERA.
FPPA is like a pension.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what all your grandparents had. It's what this country used to have it 50, 60, 70 years ago, and it's been phased out, and it is pretty much non-existent now, except for the federal government has it, and your state government has it, a program called PERA, P-E-R-A.
Yeah.
It's great if you're in it because you work for 20, 25 years and you retire, you're making 75% of the salary that you made your whole life. Some of the concerns you hear about those types of programs is that they're not sustainable and that they don't work. Right. But if you're the one receiving those benefits, yeah, you prefer it, hands down, no questions asked. But there are obvious financial considerations.
So one of the questions that came up, and I'm going way back when I first started here, they actually had to vote the entire county, is that correct? Whether they would allow
The
the
statute, that is
sheriff
true.
to leave?
That is true. And that's because it was written into the statute. All the law enforcement agencies that wanted it got together, lobbied, and got the statute tweaked a little bit.
That's why it's changed.
So
So
this-
they could actually move out of that and go to the FPPA right now.
Yes, they
Correct.
might still need a vote, and also it's gonna be up, my guess is, I'd have to look at what the new statute says exactly. It's probably still up to the BOCC to decide and figure out, is this gonna cost us more money or not?
I think Cortez PD would, FPPA.
Yeah, maybe, I wouldn't doubt.
They might have, it just depends on what the contributions are from the employee and or the employer.
Right.
So if the contributions are the same,
It's a no-brainer, help them out.
right,
Yeah.
but they could be paying a lot more as far as the employer for their contributions, because there is typically a contribution from the employee,
Right.
which is pretty substantial.
Right, but before, and maybe still now, before it required a vote, both from within the SO and all the county employees.
And that's what stopped it last time, prior to this last legislation that.
I think they had
Just
2
what
votes,
passed.
and I think it failed twice. I might not be accurate about that.
Because of the entire county.
I think the sheriff's
Or just the
department
sheriff.
voted it down,
Okay.
but I might be wrong. This was a few years ago. I think even the SO voted it down. Obviously not the sheriff. He probably voted for it, because I know he's a proponent of it, but I believe that it failed within the sheriff's department.
So Shaq, how often does our group actually meet for just insurance benefits? Not,
Normal years, we meet 2 to 3 times a year. Last year was a little less because of the restrictions and our brokers from Benefit Health Advisor not being allowed to travel and meet with us and those sorts of things. So last year was a little less. Usually it's about 3 times a year.
so I guess we can discuss that in one of our workshops and see which way you guys want to proceed with that. I do know that looking at our retention, Shaq and I talked about this, I don't know, early December, and we were at 20 or 25%, Shaq, that we lost.
20% turnover.
Countywide, is that what you're talking about?
Countywide.
Countywide turnover, which is still pretty significant.
Substantial.
20%.
Yeah.
So we're losing, we're spending a lot of money training people, and we're losing.
And then losing them.
And we're losing people.
Yeah.
So just some considerations that we should probably think about for our workshop that we put together, and just something to think about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And you all, as elected officials, are, you probably already know this already, are entitled to the same benefits, like the health insurance, the retirement matching, those types of things, as the rest of the non-elected people in the county. There are some slight differences. You all don't accumulate vacation and sick leave, neither do I. So there's some exceptions, but most employees do gain that. But when you finish with your term, you can't cash out your sick or vacation leave. But for the most part, you all get signed up for your retirement, because there's matching retirement and insurance if you want it. I don't know what your own personal situations are like. That's all I got.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dietrich, you are next. We figured we'd push you back to 2:30 today.
It's okay, you got me while I'm still awake, so.
Is that working?
Let's see. We on?
No.
No.
Swap.
Capped it a
Swap
couple of
Swap out
times.
microphones.
Yeah, the flashing red light means the batteries are going to die. I'll change them later. Just swap it.
You can have mine.
Okay, we on? Oh, we're hot now. Okay. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I think most everybody here knows me, but again, I'm James Dietrich with the Natural Resources Department. So I've been here in Montezuma County since full-time since 1998, so it's about 23 years now. Prior to that, I had some history with Montezuma County, starting at about the mid 90s, and working on kind of a project-by-project sort of a basis with the county at that point. In 1998, I moved over to Dolores, and the project-by-project basis kind of began to increase about that time. So we, started off working about 20% of my time, and that kind of eventually increased to about 50% time, then on to about 75%. Eventually, I was putting in pretty much all my time for Montezuma County, which really kind of turned out to be fortunate because as of 2012, my job with Fort Lewis College evaporated. Primarily due to the effects of the recession. So at that point, Montezuma County said, well, hey, you're working on pretty much 100% of your time here as it is, so why don't you come on board? So anyway, that's how I wound up landing here as a county employee, and so I've been a county employee full-time now for the past 9 years. And again, I'm head of the Natural Resources Department. That is a whopping huge department of one, and I happen to have probably the smallest actual budget in the county. At this time, we're hovering right around $5,500 in operational expenses. The good news on that is most of it it doesn't require a whole lot, in terms of operating expenses. A lot of it really has to do with dues and training, things like that. And so that's where most of my budget goes. Some challenges that we have with the Natural Resources Department is that we're obviously always negotiating with the federal agencies. That in itself is a whopping big challenge, but it's also a whopping big opportunity. And I think we've had over the years some pretty good successes here, particularly with the BLM lands. Over the last couple 2-3 years, we've completed over 24 miles of additional trail up in Phil's world, and I think commissioners can be real proud of that. That was a challenging project to get off the ground and to get completed, but it really does mean something pretty big to the community here, I think. As we all know, the whole mountain biking thing has gotten to be a lot bigger than it ever was before. So that is something that is always something we're engaged with the federal agencies on. And with the BLM in particular, some of the low-level areas that have access through the winter and shoulder seasons, including Sand Canyon and some of those areas too out in Canham. Sand Canyon was a pretty big success. We were able to finally get a parking lot put in down there, which really helped improve some of the safety down off of County Road G. Something that was needed and has been a long time coming. But I really feel like the Board of County Commissioners did a good job working with the BLM on that. And even though it took a long time, we're there now, and I think it's been a significant improvement. Some of the other successes we've had is working on county right-of-way, and so we've been able to prove up right-of-way for the Summit area, and that was that Summit SRM area was a pretty large area of BLM land that was really off limits. Luckily, we did find that there was an easement in place, and a 60-foot dedicated easement at that, so we got lucky on that one. But again, Natural Resources Department coordinates on multiple different types of activities that have to do with the federal land management agencies. And our purpose really is to provide meaningful input to the federal agencies from the county commissioners. And so that is what my focus is, and to really try to help the commissioners advance what their vision for the county is, with specific regards to the federal agencies. I also do administer the floodplain development program. That is the other piece of my program that kind of fell into place when other staff members exited, and so that is another thing. And it doesn't take a whole lot of time, but it is something that we do need to spend. We need to take serious and make sure that we follow through with some sort of a process for that. It is pretty important to people. With regards especially to getting mortgages, we do need to maintain the federal relationship with FEMA in order to make sure that they can get their mortgages. Work quite a bit with the U.S. Forest Service. Derek talked a little bit about the upcoming Salter EA, and so timber projects, recreation access, grazing obviously is another one, and then oil and gas. And so with any of those federal management agencies, those are the primary areas of concern. We're working directly with the Dolores Watershed and Resilient Forest Collaborative. You'll be hearing me talk quite a bit about that, and that is really kind of taking a look at doing some of the vegetation management on kind of a landscape scale, primarily up around the Boggy Glade area, but also up in the Hay Camp area as well. In addition to all that, I've kind of, and part of the reason I kind of got engaged here to begin with was, providing help with the special projects. Some of the special projects that we worked on in the past include wildfire awareness and planning. We worked on the restoration and preservation of the McElmo Flume, and that includes a parking lot down there. And so, in association with those kind of projects, one of the things I do a lot of is grant writing. And so that has increased significantly over the past few years. I anticipate that'll be something we continue to work on. Some of the other special projects includes staying engaged with the Trail of the Ancient Scenic Byway, the San Juan Skyway. That's a scenic byway also. Both of those exist in Montezuma County. And it's not a big time commitment. We try to stay engaged with what's happening with those two byways to relate back to the commissioners what they're up to and what their focus is. And that kind of translates into travel and tourism. And so I've been one that's been nominated to participate with the tourism board and stay engaged in that aspect as well. So it's not something I spend a lot of time on, mainly just kind of go to participate, listen, and bring ideas, thoughts, concerns like that back to the commissioners. Recently, we've been working an awful lot on historic preservation, and that includes things like the McElmo Flume, but also includes identifying historic public right-of-ways. And so just a few weeks ago, we went through a pretty big exercise where we had identified all the historic right-of-ways on Forest Service as well as BLM lands. We brought those into the commissioners, and we've got those on an official map at this time. And so not all those roads have been adjudicated, anything like that, but we have stated a position on those roads, and those roads will be some of the focus as we go through negotiations with the Forest Service and the BLM. On that note, on the 20th here tomorrow, we will be meeting with the BLM, and part of the purpose of that meeting would be to identify some of the areas where we feel like we may be lacking some easements or right-of-way, particularly with BLM roads out in Canham. And so we will meet with the BLM, a couple of their specialists. We'll get Rob involved. We'll also bring in Doug Roth from GIS. This will be kind of an initial kind of cursory examination of all those roads, and we'll bring back what our findings are to the commissioners. I think some of these roads we may be engaging in the future. Some of them are pretty significant, so we'll certainly be talking more about that. Also engaged, obviously, with the Paz de Mesa Verde Trail. I think everybody is aware of that. And I won't go into a lot of detail on that right now. In my next presentation, I'll come back with some of the numbers, try to get everybody's head around where we're at with each portion of that project and where it looks like we may be heading in the future. And again, other trails, roads, I do participate in working on some of those. For example, we're working on an alternative trail that'll get us off of Road 36 that goes up to Boggy Draw from the town of Dolores. And so that's just, the purpose of that is just to get residents off of the main county road as it climbs that hill up there and find a more suitable path for pedestrians and bicyclists. Also work on water issues, and that's something that's been ongoing, and I think we will probably be arguing about water for a long time to come here in the West, and in particular Montezuma County.
Speaking of water, we just, this morning, unless it's not, if we can do that, we actually are going to appoint you as an alternate for the Lower Dolores River Group.
Okay.
Along with Commissioner Stevenson.
Very good.
So just if you weren't watching in, just an FYI for you, as long as there's no statute.
If they inform us that their rules don't allow that, haven't we appointed you to a board before and then they said, no, you can't appoint Mr. G-Strick, it must be a commissioner?
Yes, I was appointed to the Southwest BLM RAC.
Right, and so they had their own rules. We're hoping that we're okay with this.
And if they are, then hopefully you will accept that, but we're going to put you down as an alternate with Commissioner Stevenson,
Okay.
so that you can attend those with them also.
Very good. You know, even if I'm never appointed as a board member on some of these, there's no reason I can't go to listen.
Correct.
And so, you know, having an ear out there is sometimes very, very helpful too. So I'm always willing to help participate in any way I can.
So just an FYI while you're talking about water.
Okay, very good. So, and then I guess some of the other things I've gotten involved in, you know, over the years we worked down at the county fairgrounds on a number of different projects. You know, my background again is in landscape architecture, so, you know, landscaping type projects I usually get kind of pulled into. We're working right now on trying to get a design for the county sign out in front of the administration building. Next week, in fact, we should be getting some bids in on that. So, anyway, I'm also available to assist with the planning department on any of the planning issues. You know, sometimes if they get engaged in like taking a review of the comprehensive plan or things like that, I'll be an extra hand that I can throw in on that. I've, you know, got some background in planning also. So.
And actually, he forgot one of the big ones is the combined courts. I think we have approximately 5 acres over there that we don't have landscape. I mean, it's a pretty large footprint for
That's
that
correct.
building, and the building in the parking lot still leaves us about approximately, I think it's 4 to 5 acres, right?
Yeah, it's about 4 acres.
So we've kind of tasked James with coming up with some kind of a plan with us for that, so that we can get that finished also.
And just so the commissioners know, I've got 3 different versions of that plan put together, kind of ranging everything from a high end down to a low end, and we'll try to come up with something that seems reasonable. We've been investigating trying to get some MVI water over there to that compound, which would help immensely. That's proven to be a little bit challenging, but we'll continue to work on that. We're supposed to be hearing, you know, the hospital district is supposed to be trying to get some water into that area, so I've got conversation going with their attorney, and we'll see if anything shakes loose on that. That would be the ideal, if we could just get the non-potable water in there. Otherwise, and I think we should do this anyways, we want to take a look at some really drought-tolerant grasses and then landscape plants that we can throw in there. We want to keep this as xeriscape as possible. It doesn't mean that it has to be, you know, 4 acres of nothing but rock. That would be cost prohibitive to begin with. But, you know, putting in some drought tolerant grasses and keeping our water bill down on that is really the thing we should be trying to do. So. And again, I will just continue to coordinate with the federal agencies to help, you know, Board of County Commissioners advance their vision, and that's really what my purpose is. So, and I'll attend regular meetings with federal agencies, and you know, we'll include other things, special projects as they come up. So, always ready to lend a hand. So, whatever you know, kind of hits the table, we'll try to do our best to work with. So.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to see everybody here. Congratulations to the 2 new commissioners, and welcome home, Kent. It's be good to work with you again. So. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. All right, Shaq, you're up.
All right, so welcome to the new commissioners. I am the county administrator. My professional background is heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and landfill management, all things solid waste. That's what I was in prior to the politically appointed position. And it has been my experience over the last couple of years in this position that indeed trash does not smell as bad as politics. So I'm sure you will all become familiar with the odor fairly soon. That being said, politics smells far worse than trash, I assure you. That being said, a couple of housekeeping things to get out of the way. We have to notice every time that you all will be meeting, so just like to inform the public, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma Board of County Commissioners will attend a board-to-board meeting with the Town of Mancos Board of Trustees on Wednesday, February 10th. The meeting will begin at 5:30 p.m. The meeting will be held at the Mancos Town Hall. No decisions are going to be made there. It's going to be mostly a meet and greet situation. And then another board-to-board-to-board meeting the notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will attend a Zoom meeting with the boards of county commissioners from San Miguel and Dolores counties. This will be a meet and greet meeting and no decisions will be made. The Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will be assembled together here in this room at 109 West Main, and the meeting will be broadcast live via the county's YouTube channel, montezumacounty.org. That meeting is scheduled for January 21st from 2:30 to 4:30. So letting the public know about that. Also, I had reached out to the other municipalities and I'm waiting to hear back. But the manager for the city of Cortez brought it up in their last city council meeting, getting us on the schedule for a board-to-board, and the majority of the council members responded with they'd get back. As of this morning, they have not. So with the commission's permission, I would reach back out to the Cortez city manager and ask to put us on their work session agenda for Tuesday, February 23rd, if that works for everybody here, which would be an evening meeting.
It works fine for me. They don't start until 6 o'clock at night, right?
I think the work session starts at 5:30 or 5:45, yeah. And we would ask just to be on the work session, so, and it's gonna be a Zoom anyway, so, you know, if you're at home on your couch, dressed from the chest up, you'll be fine. Does that work for you, Commissioner Stevenson? Yeah. Okay, that's, with a 2/3 majority, I will reach out to, Mr. Doherty about that. The next thing that I'm going to let the commission know is that there's been a nationwide lawsuit with the big opioid manufacturers, Johnson & Johnson, Purdue Pharma, and the state of Colorado is involved in that. The settlement is $26 billion. I'd like to point out that from every section, the attorneys make out with a pretty good deal. Right off the top, $2 billion withheld for attorneys' fees, and then every line item you see after there, 15% attorney fees. So those of you that were smart enough to go to law school, John, good work.
I'm not getting, I don't have a cut of that.
No.
2 billion or the.
Yeah.
No, if you had 10% of 26 billion, you probably wouldn't be here today. Probably have something better to be doing. But some things that I did want to point out where we're at with this, with CCI and CML and the Attorney General's office negotiating these contracts. Let me get down to. These are in alphabetical order, so that's southeast, southwest. We're the southwest corner region, which includes these local governments. The portion going directly to local governments would be $1.642 million, and that's spread out over 19 years. The county's portion of that would be $403,000 spread out over 19 years. That's less than $22,000 a year. That's not even a part-time salary. The town of, I mean, by the time you get down to like the town of Dolores, $3,000 paid out over 19 years, you're talking about so negligible that I don't even know that they could buy Narcan for that. The direct regional allocation, in addition to that, going to the local governments. Let me pull that up. Sorry, this spreadsheet's kind of long. southwest corner, our region as a whole would get another 1.8 pulled together over 19 years. So one thing the AG's office and CCI and CML are asking us to consider is that we be willing to pool our funds, the direct allocation to the local governments with the region as a whole, considering that the direct allocation to the local governments is so negligible. I don't see a problem with that. We get more economy of scale if we do this. However, I'd like to, with the commission's permission, discuss with the Attorney General's office, CCI and CML, a way to potentially increase the funding to our area. Right now, all of these distributions are on a per capita basis. So, of course, the rural areas are going to get less. I'd like to make the argument that it's more expensive to treat substance abuse disorders in rural areas because of economy of scale, because we need upfront money to build infrastructure, and because while we might have 200 people in the 5-county area that need treatment, or 100 people, we can't buy in bulk the stuff that's needed the same that, you know, Denver County can, where they have 20,000 people that may need treatment. And so I'd like to make the argument that instead of a distribution based on population, that the distribution be based on area. The Attorney General's office has come around to our way of thinking on how the regional map should be divided. Originally, the area that we're in was going to be a lot larger and include more counties for obvious reasons, like geography, mountain passes and stuff. It makes more sense to
We actually had
keep
12
ours.
counties originally, correct?
Originally, there were
On-
12
on this
counties,
side,
and
now they went back
we
to-
made the argument that, you know, the mountain passes, especially in the winter, make this prohibitive for any kind of effective treatment. But my argument of the 19 counties that are left, or the 19 regions that remain, is if we were to split that equally, if the $244,800,000 for regions and local governments were divided equally among the 19 regions on the map, then our area would receive $12,884,210.50 over the next 19 years, which would come to $678,116.30 a year, which would actually be enough to start doing some good. Even if we could convince them, if they wouldn't bite to entirely do it as equal division with all of it, if we could get them to fund it 50% per capita and 50% by area, that would still leave us with $9.9 million, or just over $500,000 a year. And so with the commission's permission, I'd like to at least lob the argument out there and see where it goes.
You bet.
I don't think that to throw the argument out there is going to hurt anything at all. The way it's broken down, yeah, you're correct. It's negligible, and it doesn't give us we can't really get anything done.
Especially when you have to use it for substance abuse.
Correct.
I mean,
And we have
the
plenty
best
of
we could
that.
do is buy Narcan.
We have plenty of substance abuse, and if that's what it boils down to when we buy naloxone, then that's what we do with it. But if we can use it to a bigger contribution of our population, since we are the southwest region of the state, the highest in opioid, I think it's a good argument to pose, and we'll see where we come up with it.
Okay. And then, say again?
I agree with him.
Okay. And then CCI is always talking about changing processes, and this would be a heavy lift, but over the next several years, one thing that I think greatly needs to be considered, I mean, we heard from all of our public safety entities today that substance abuse is by and far the biggest problem we're facing. And some of that's legal, some of it's, such as alcohol, some of it's illegal, substances, whatever, but it's all substance abuse problems. But the system is set up to be a roadblock to anybody really trying to get help. If Commissioner Stevenson, I don't know if your parents are alive or not, but if they are and they're elderly, and say your father starts forgetting how to get to Walmart or can't remember how to fill out a check or whatever, if you go to the courts and say, hey, this is what's happening with my dad, I need you, he can't remember how to do anything, his memory's slipping, his mind is slipping, can you please grant me emergency durable power of attorney to make decisions on his behalf and get him the help he needs, the court will give you that ability to make decisions. However, if somebody's having a mental health problem or if they're having a substance abuse problem, they cannot be given help until it's voluntary or they become a threat to themselves or somebody else. So if your daughter is on a one-way path, she's starting to use, she's starting to make bad decisions, but she's over 18 and you can see where this is headed. It's just a matter of time before she gets behind the wheel. It's just a matter of time before she's with the wrong group of people and she's going to get killed, or she might kill somebody else. Unless she actually says, I'm going to hurt myself or somebody else, nobody will help you get help. And I think that's wrong. And we're saying, well, if they want help, they can get it. Well, the problem is you're waiting for somebody whose decision-making organ is sick to make the right decision. That's like saying to somebody who has a compound femoral fraction that we're going to help you address the issue with your leg as soon as you walk in here to see us. The organ that's required to do that is broken. And so one of the legislative processes that needs to be changed, in my humble opinion, is that the commissioners put pressure on the state to say, hey, these people who are in crisis, there's no way to get them the help that they need because the roadblocks are set up against them. You literally cannot get them the help that they need until the decision-making organ heals itself, which isn't likely to happen. So I would consider the commissioners to be thinking about that as you get involved with CCI. And I'd encourage, as part of your reading, to get a big understanding, a big picture understanding of both the substance abuse and mental health problems. A book called Dreamland, which will give you a good foundation on the opioid problem, and then another book called Crazy by Pete Early. That is a book written by a former New York Times journalist whose own son had mental health problems, ended up being diagnosed schizophrenic, and what he had to do to try and get him help. And so those are my suggestions to the commissioners. Thank you for your permission. I'll move forward with these arguments with the AG, CCI, and CML. And if there's nothing else for me, that'll conclude my report today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
No questions? All right. You're going to get off, Shaq.
Okay.
All right.
You gonna move that we adjourn? Oh, your report.
Commissioner's report. Commissioner Stevenson.
Last week, they swore us in. I spent 2 days in CCI training. I did make it to the disabled veterans deal and sat through one of their meetings over there and got acquainted with those gentlemen. And last Wednesday night, I went to the Mancos Town Board meeting and got my feet wet there a little bit. They didn't have much business going on, just some local telecommunication stuff that they're doing and everything, but I told them I'd try to make it to every one of their meetings so that we gotta get everybody on the same page maybe in the community and work through things together. So that's about it.
Okay.
Plus lots of reading.
Yeah.
Mr. Lindsay.
That's about the same report I have, except I didn't go to Mancos. I listened in to Cortez's meeting. They've got some hurdles. They're looking for a new manager now, and I'm not sure if they're going to appoint a committee to do that. I think I heard that, but I wasn't for sure. Other than that, here we go.
Grab on and jump in the saddle.
Yep.
And Mancos is getting set up on, to have all of their meetings aired out over
YouTube?
YouTube, so
Okay.
everybody can watch them.
Good deal. Well, I'll make mine relatively quick, and then we can get on with some other things. On Friday, the 8th of January, we had a CCI call with Representative Kipp and Senator, and I'm not sure if I'm going to say this correctly, but I think it's Gino, to discuss the legislation that's proposed for counties of 100,000 or less in population about being part of the Board of Health. They gave a 10, maybe 15-minute presentation, and then the rest of the time was occupied by commissioners throughout the state, and they pretty much diced them up pretty well. So I don't think that piece of legislation will go anywhere, or at least as it was proposed that day. You know, they may make another run at it and change the entire legislation before they move forward with it at all. I did submit to CCI the transportation funding survey. I actually had Rob, our road and bridge superintendent, I sent it to him also. He sent me back some comments. We did get that submitted to CCI. I met with a Weld County commissioner on Monday just to discuss some meetings of CCI of when we're going to go back and start meeting in person and or hybrid meetings. You know, that'll be discussed. You know, we have our first legislative January 28th and 29th. Right now, it'll probably be via Zoom, but hopefully that'll be back in person. And then, if you guys would like, I mean, I would love to take you up there and introduce you to some of the old commissioners. We had an exodus of 58 commissioners, so there's going to be a big group of new people in that room. Let's see, on Thursday the 14th, and Rob, you can elaborate on this if you'd like to. I was on a call with DOLA. Rob did a great job of giving his presentation. He ran just a little bit over, but 7 minutes, I mean, you get 7 minutes that you're on the clock, and then the other 7 minutes, they basically get to grill you and ask you any questions. Rob got out of there with basically one simple, quick question for our DOLA grant application. So again, Rob, you know, as I texted you that night, I think you did a great job. And with one question, watching the request prior and the request after, you know, they had several questions. So I think it was a pretty good job, and then we'll see where we go. I don't know if you ever got back with Patrick.
Yeah, he sent some information back that they did not even bring up our job in their deliberations, which is really a good sign. That means it's flying high. And they basically pointed and sent it back to the regional districts to decide how the money will be split up. And in the next day or two, we should see how that goes.
Okay. And we're only asking for, I think it was $370,000 for a project that's basically we're providing in-kind services to the tune of about 1.2 million, correct? So we're not asking for a lot, but hopefully we'll be successful with that grant. That was on Thursday the 14th. I did submit through CCI the application to be the co-chair of the Transportation and Telecommunication Committee. Commissioner Williams from El Paso County had reached out to me. She is in Colorado Springs. We both wanted to be on this, so we felt with her being close to Denver that for her to be the chair and me the vice chair would be a little bit better. This obviously has to be voted on the 29th at CCI, but that application has been submitted. On January 12th, we did have our interviews with planning to fill an alternate position. That was actually discussed earlier this morning, and that will go out and reposted until filled. I did not make it out to the fairgrounds yesterday. I had intentions of going out there, but that remodel, I did get the pictures of the walkthrough that Shaq, you were at.
Yes.
They're waiting on the plumber.
Correct.
As soon as the plumber is finished, I think that we will be up and running with the inspection of the health department for the kitchen, and I think.
And I told them to pass on the note that when plumbers can't tell time, we can't count money, so.
And that's all I have for right now. Most of the stuff that I was dealing with was obviously all with CCI in the state. So that's all I have.
So, public comment?
Public comment?
We did public comment.
Oh, are we done with public comment?
I don't know.
We are.
Okay.
So, gentlemen, I will.
Motion. Go ahead, Joel.
Motion we adjourn the meeting.
I second.